chance to save somebody when they need you. Going against the grain. Don't be afraid. Yeah, all it takes is being brave. Walking up to the battle line. First watch lasting through the whole night. Call it an instinct, no time to rethink.
Okay, welcome to Security 204. Hopefully everyone's having a great second day at Next. Just wanted to introduce the session. It's protections from bleeding edge phishing and malware attacks. So before we get started, just wanted to get a sense of who's here. So who here is an enterprise admin or helps enterprise admins with phishing attacks? Just trying to get a sense of who we've got. Okay, well this is going to be a great session for you. We're going to be going into some of the most complex types of attacks on the internet and how you can protect your enterprises from it. But before we get started, let me introduce myself. My name is Andy Wen. I'm the product lead for security and abuse across Google. And let me introduce my partner here.
I'm Neil Kumaran. I'm the product lead for Gmail Anti-Abuse, and I'm on Andy's team.
Okay, great. Thanks for, I'm going to get started here and just introduce a few things before we get started. First off, email has become really pivotal to all of our enterprises. We use it to communicate with each other. We use it to communicate with partners and customers. And so it's very much an open platform. And all of this goes somewhat obvious because we live in this digital age. And so then it's no surprise that fraudsters and attackers are using that same channel to try to attack our enterprises, to attempt to extract information, to steal money, or otherwise disrupt operations. And so we have a couple of stats we'll walk you through that just shows how profound these attacks can be. The first is that 91% of cyber attacks on the enterprise start with a phishing email. 91%. That's an overwhelming number when you think about it. And this is often the tip of the spear because the other aspect of it is malware. Every 40 seconds, a business is hit with a ransomware attack. So this is, for those who aren't familiar with this is malware that can enter your enterprise and then encrypt all of your files until you decide or not decide pay a ransom. And the other one, which isn't really the topic of this talk, but also shows the prevalence of network-based attacks, is 84% of organizations are hit with a DDoS attack. There are some other products that GCP offers that help with this, called Cloud Armor, so you can look that up later. But we're going to really focus on the first and the third today. So let's look a little deeper at what trends we're seeing in phishing. We have a chart here that shows the capabilities and what we're finding with Google's safe browsing technology. What this is it scans the internet to find malicious sites like phishing and malware. And the trends are interesting because over time, what you can see is that malware sites have gone down slowly over time, but phishing sites have gone up significantly over time. In fact, 30,000 new phishing sites are found each week, which shows the scale of this threat vector. Gmail sees over 100 million phishing emails per day. Just gives you a sense of the size and scale of this, which is amazing when you think about it. And when you dig a little bit deeper into it, where are they coming from? They're coming from everywhere. When we track the IP addresses of the websites or the emails of where they're being sent, they're coming from all over the world, and they're going to all over the world. So your victims are also everywhere. So this is truly a large-scale, widely distributed attack. There's very few people on the planet that are not subjected to phishing emails. Then, let's look closely at malware. While malware websites have gone down, what we see is actually the user impact of malware is going up. What we see here in the chart is how often Chrome has presented the dangerous download warning. What Chrome does is it tries to protect users who are about to download a known malicious file and say, wait a second, that's that big red warning that you've seen. The rate of this being displayed to user has actually doubled since 2016. So while the malware sites have gone down, the impact on the user is actually doubled. And we are particularly concerned about malware because this is often that silent threat. Users are unaware of what they've downloaded, and the risks to your enterprise are quite profound because this can be that entry point into your enterprise. So as an enterprise admin who's charged with protecting your users, what do you do? These are what appear to be insurmountable challenges. Well, the good news is the Gmail anti-threat platform has been in existence for over 15 years. Gmail has recently celebrated its 15th birthday. And so since its very inception, we've focused on security threats, whether it's spam, phishing, malware, and you'll get a sense of what we call spoofing and impersonation attacks. As new attacks are formed, the Gmail anti-threat platform is deploying new protections to protect your users from it. So let's look a little bit into how Gmail is able to leverage all the resources of Google to protect our users. First is we use Safe Browsing's website scanning technology to scan over 700,000 sites per minute. We use our Android platform to ensure that 400 million devices are checked for security health every day. Over 1 billion Gmail accounts and Chrome users are also protected. And the significance of this number is that when one user encounters a malicious site or file, the rest of the billion users get the benefit of this intelligence. And over 10 million spam emails are stopped every minute. So these are some of the amazing capabilities that Google offers Gmail and G Suite users. We wanted to talk a little bit more in depth about how we protect messages from being malicious messages from being delivered to your users. And we'll reference these as we go along. So just wanted to have this in mind. We identify and filter malicious messages at every stage of a message's lifecycle, from the delivery to the time that an email is opened, to the time that the message is clicked on, downloaded, replied, and as well, if we identify any malicious activity within this whole chain, we take that information and reclassify that information so that other users get the benefit of that. We call that reclassification. So as part of the billion user base, we're able to extract this information and bring it back to all the users. And 3 key capabilities that allow us to do this. We present this at a high level just to give you a flavor of what's underneath the hood. First is reputation analysis. We understand and count the different types of signals and features that comprise an email message to sort out what's good versus bad. Second is we use what's called clustering to identify similar looking good versus bad messages. And then the last is something called content understanding. This is where we're leveraging Google's advanced AI to understand email messages either from a text basis, semantic basis, or visual understanding basis. So actually, as a human would process the message, we're actually applying the same types of techniques using Google AI. So let's first look at a number of phishing attacks. Now, phishing is successful for 2 reasons. First, you can send a lot of them. There's really not a limit to what a phisher can do in terms of generating these phishing messages. And the second is that it really exploits areas where humans often make mistakes because they have a lapse in judgment, they're not paying attention, or maybe they're not visually able to see what's going on. So let's dive into a couple of these. The first one is what we call your classic bulk phishing attack. If you look at this real phishing email, many of us who've been trained, the savvy internet users, can quickly identify what makes this email look suspicious. The first is you look at the sender name, Instagram help, and the sender who comes from, gmail.com. Well, wait a second. Most people know that, like, hey, Instagram is going to send an email from Instagram.com. The second is as you look at the text, there's a few typos, there's some grammar errors, and layout problems. And finally, when you look at the link, you realize that it's actually not going to Instagram.com. It's going somewhere else. And so this is an example of something that users often see, but we filter these out before it even gets to the user by using feature reputation. Now, what feature reputation is doing is it's looking across the entire set of email sent to the over billion users and counting the different types of signals and identifiers. And just to give you a more concrete example, we'll look at who the sender IP is, the subnet that it comes from, pair that to other signals and features like what domain is it sending from, what's the top level domain, and what are the links that are typically sent from those senders. We put all of this information together so that we can identify good emails versus malicious emails. And this is what's carrying the weight with much of the bulk phishing emails that are sent every day. But phishers have understood what we're doing here, and they've decided to take a different tact. What they've now done is taken all of the features out of the email and put them into the attachment, because they will now send an email with very little information and put the rest of it in the attachment. What the user then does is they click open the attachment, and then you look on the right-hand side, this is actually the content of what they're trying to send. And in this example, what they're attempting to lure the user to do is to go to a phishing website where they would then put in a username and password and be phished. It's a bit of a challenge, but for Gmail, we leverage the capabilities of Google by using the safe browsing technology to scan the actual attachment and follow the chain of links to attachments, attachments back to websites to get to the lure. When we identify the lure, we then send the signals back to Gmail and say, wait a second, at the end of this chain is actually a phishing site, and so we should not deliver the email or potentially spam folder it or warn the user about this. There's many variations of this attack, as you might imagine, and the combinations that phishers use are practically endless, but this is where Gmail and Google Safe Browsing is involved, ensuring that phishing lures do not get to your users. And the next set of attacks are areas where phishers are attempting to leverage the reputation of reputable senders. Now, we're going to use a couple of real Google examples. The first one is the traditional text spoofing attack, small typo. If you look very closely at the sender, it's not actually Google. And if you look closely at the sender, it's not actually coming from Google. And what we'll do here is we will identify, let's look at another example here. Here's another one where, okay, the sender name sounds about right, but maybe the sender domain is incorrect. But the rest of the email actually looks plausible for someone who is not familiar with a Google account message. And what Gmail is doing is it's looking at similarities. When it identifies that, wait a second, the features that are getting extracted are similar to a reputable sender like Google and others that we're also building spoofing intelligence for, it says, wait, match detected, this is a spoof, do not deliver to the user. Now let's get a little bit more sophisticated. There's something called Unicode, which phishers are utilizing, because it is something that machines can read, but humans sometimes have a hard time with it. And Unicode is often used to support other character sets when people aren't necessarily using English, they're using other languages. But these Unicode characters can be used inside of emails to attempt to fool the classifier, but get through to the human. And the example you can see here is if you look closely at the verify your recovery details, this might be a feature that Gmail is typically looking for spoofing. But the phisher has decided to inject invisible Unicode characters inside. And so that's pretty clever. Let's go on to other really interesting exploits. Use of logos. Humans interpret information visually, so you can use images that represent a logo. And oftentimes, these are not exact representations of a reputable logo. They can be either more compressed, they can be stretched, they can be using different colors, but to the human being, it looks like Google and infuses that level of trust. And the last type of spoofing that I want to talk about here is interface spoofing. So typically, an attachment that is sent to a user in Gmail is represented at the bottom of the email with a special icon that looks like an attachment and invites the user to open it. Well, what the phishers have now done is recreated this image and put it into the body of the email to do the same thing, incentivize the user to click on that link and download a message. And in all of these different types of spoofing, what we're employing is Google AI technology to identify how might a human misinterpret this as the true reputable entity, whether it's text, whether it's Unicode inside of text, or whether it's actually a logo, we're using our AI classifiers to actually interpret this as a human would interpret, so that we can identify sufficient similarity that means that it's malicious. And as a G Suite user, you get the benefit of this. And the last type of attack that we're going to delve a little bit into is one we call contact and employee spoofing attack. In this scenario, it doesn't happen at bulk, but it happens more when you're targeted as an enterprise. Someone from the outside will study your enterprise and understand who might be its leaders and executives, and then they'll also research who are the administrators who communicate with these influencers and leaders, and then send them urgent-sounding emails. In this example here, you have myself, Andy, sending a note over to Neil, and it's looking kind of urgent, and Neil recognizes who this is. He might not be paying attention that the email address is actually not from the one I usually send from. Right? It'd be very easy on a mobile device, or if you're in a hurry, not to pay attention and to quickly send off a document. So typically, these have been used to get access to W-2 files, get access to other sensitive documents, and even to send like money transfers for invoices and things like that. What Gmail is able to do is identify who are the people that you're commonly interfacing with, and then it looks into your company directory and identifies other common names, and when an incoming email attempts to match up with someone who's already in your enterprise, we display a warning banner so that your users are paying extra special attention to an outside email which is attempting to spoof someone from within your enterprise. And this is where we're able to bring more intelligence to the email experience to identify these kinds of threats. Now, I'm going to bring up Neil to talk about malware attacks as well.
All right. Thanks for covering some of the phishing attacks, Andy. Now let's spend a little time talking about malware. As Andy mentioned earlier, malware attacks are on the rise. This is something that we observe in a lot of different parts of our system. But as attacks are evolving, so are we. So how do we protect your organizations from malware? I'd like to introduce you to the Google Antivirus Service. This is our internal stack that we use to protect against malware. What you see on the right-hand side of the slide is a simplified picture of the types of protections that we employ to protect your domains. Starting at the top, we can talk about policy-based enforcements. So these are rules, and rules that we employ to protect against specific types of threats and reduce the surface area of those threats. You can think about this as simple policies like the fact we do not allow executable files on Gmail, or we don't allow JavaScript to be sent in. Next, we have our suite of AV engines. We run a number of different engines on every payload that enters Gmail. Some of these engines are first-party built by our security teams that are targeted towards specific threats, and some of these are third parties that we have partnerships with. This allows us to catch the bulk of malware. Below that, we have a few different unique things that we also employ. The first are what we call context-based protections. So an easy example or a way to think about this is if you look at a traditional mail filtering system that receives a malware attack, first, the mail filter will take a look at the email. It will take a look at attributes of the message, who the sender is from, a lot of the things that Andy discussed earlier to try and determine whether the message is good or bad. Then it will take the payload and it will throw it over to the AV scanner, who will scan the attachment to determine whether it is good or bad. Traditionally, these things operate in isolation. What we do in a number of different cases is we use signals across the different components to combine them together. So we'll look at attributes of the mail, but then also take a look at attributes of the payload. And by doing this and combining this inside a machine learning model, we can take weaker signals across these components and combine them for a better outcome or decision. The bottom part of our stack is our security sandboxing technology. Here, we take an attachment, we execute it within a virtual machine, and we analyze what the attachment's actually doing on the operating system, and we can use that to identify a lot of zero-day threats. We'll talk about this feature a little more in detail a few slides later. Now let's take a look at some specific types of threats outside of sort of core malware attacks. The first we can talk about are encrypted attachments. You may have seen these on your domain, but malware authors will commonly encrypt attachments, attach a password to them so that AV engines cannot unpack and scan the contents of what's inside. The passwords are then commonly transmitted via another channel, via another message, or sometimes within the contents of the email itself. By default, we apply anomaly or warning banners to these, letting users know that we were unable to scan the contents and alerting them to the fact that they should be a little more suspicious unless they trust the sender. But in G Suite, you can actually raise the protections a little bit more. So within the admin console, under the safety settings in Gmail, we have what we call our advanced safety settings features. In here, there's a feature around encrypted attachments and allowing you to protect users on your domain against encrypted attachments from untrusted senders. What this will allow you to do is say, in addition to the anomaly banners that we apply, if we find encrypted attachments from somebody that the user does not commonly interact with, we will move those messages to the spam folder or remove them entirely from user control and place them in an admin quarantine. We'll talk about some of the other settings in this section a little while later. So how about zero-day threats? New threats are popping up all the time. How do we react? And what are the things that we do to protect you against this? In addition to making sure that our engines are constantly up to date and our security analysts are taking a look at threat intel to update our engines, we also use sandboxing. So the security sandbox feature is very effective at catching unknown and zero-day malware. It detects the presence of this unknown malware by executing attachments in a private, secure sandboxing environment. The attachments are detonated within this sandbox as if a user was opening it, interacting with the attachment to try and get it to spring its payload. This is all done in a matter of minutes prior to the delivery of the email, ensuring that contents pass through this additional layer of security before they reach your users' inboxes. Security Sandbox has been developed with a focus to provide coverage against malware propagated through malicious embedded scripts, like a Word file with macros or a zip file containing JavaScript, to protect against a lot of zero-day threats. Security Sandboxing can be enabled in the advanced settings section in Gmail within the admin control panel, and it is available to G Suite for enterprise users. So those are some of the common techniques that we employ, but what about emerging threats? Stepping back, phishers and malware authors are well-funded entities. They're persistent, and they're continuously evolving their techniques. We need to not only be effective against the current threats that we know about, but make sure that we can react quickly to upcoming threats as well. So it's a significant challenge, but here are some of the ways that we're planning to protect you. The first is a new feature that we have called outbreak banners. These warnings are generated by an AI model that we have that considers reports from a particular domain and combines it with other indicators of suspicion to try and catch new campaigns within a domain very, very early. What we will do is we will start to spring up a warning that alerts users that other members of their domain have found this to be suspicious, and we ask them for their opinions as well. Based on the feedback from the users, as well as the evolving reputational features that we have as time progresses, we will either boost the signal, releasing the warning to a wider population, and at some point, we will actually reclassify the emails and move them to spam for everybody on the domain. Or, if we get feedback that the email is actually benign, we will drop the warning. The next way that we react to new and incoming threats is our layered defenses. So you'll commonly hear about defense in depth strategies, but this is how we think about it from a Gmail perspective. So you can think about this as the life cycle of the message, and it maps to what Andy was talking about earlier. First, at the entry point, we will take a look at authentication factors about an email. Things like the DMARC policy or signs of overt spamminess or maliciousness, and we will reject those emails before they ever enter our systems. Next, pre-delivery, our AI-based filters will run through the contents of the message using the techniques that Andy talked about before, and our AV stack will scan any attachments for malware. When the message opens, when a user opens a message, an additional layer of protections will kick in. An additional AV check is run, ensuring that the most up-to-date verdicts about an attachment are leveraged. We will also apply the warning banners that we discussed and add some additional checks. If a user continues further and starts to interact with a message, we have additional protections that kick in. When a user interacts with an attachment, we will first preview them by default, making sure that users don't interact with the documents themselves unless they want to take one step further and download them. If a user clicks a link, there are a few things that we do. First, using all of the reputational features that we calculate, we will throw a suspicious prompt warning the user that a link looks suspicious and making sure that they wish to continue. If a user wishes to continue, we will additionally run a safe browsing check to make sure that the link comes back as being benign. Taking that flow one step further, if a user goes to a malicious web page, if they enter their password, two-step verification and additional authentication mechanisms will come in to protect the account. If a user tries to grant access to their account using OAuth, we will respect the whitelisting features on a domain. So as an admin, you're empowered to dictate which applications your users will have access to and how they can give out their information. Another way a user can interact with the message is through a reply, and there's a few protections that we have there as well. When a user initially replies, we will throw out-of-domain warnings and attach them to the email, making sure that people know that they're communicating with somebody outside of their domain and ensuring that this is something they intend to do. And finally, at the time of message sending, the digital loss prevention layer will kick in, and DLP will try to flag any sensitive information that may be trying to be exfiltrated from the domain. So looking at it from a lifecycle perspective, these are the steps that occur at every step in the journey. And underlying this all is our reclassification technology. Using the data that we have from the 1.5 billion users, we are constantly recalculating reputation, and we will go through and make sure that the intelligence is applied and messages are moved to spam if appropriate. The final way that we adapt to evolving threats is making sure that we'll continue to leverage advanced AI to keep bad things out. So today, we leverage the best of what's available. Things like deep learning, neural networks, and visual similarity detection are all employed extensively within our stack. And tomorrow, we'll continue to leverage the next developments in AI to make sure that we keep our organization safe. So, what should you do next? We have some homework for you when you get back to your offices. First, we encourage you to take a look at the advanced phishing and malware controls. You can find this within the control panel by going to the settings section of Gmail. Within there, we have 3 categories of controls that you should evaluate to see if they make sense for your business. The first is attachments. These are settings such as the encrypted attachment settings we discussed before. There are other settings in there as well, things like protecting against attachments with scripts. The second category that we have is links and external images. So these are settings like giving us the ability to scan linked images for phishing indicators or to expand shortened URLs to follow links all the way down and determine whether they're malicious. The third general category of controls we have are spoofing and authentication protections. So these are things that will allow us to flag domains that attempt to be spoofing yours that look visually similar. Things like the anomaly banners that Andy discussed earlier that flag employee spoofing, and settings around unauthenticated email entering your domain. For all of these policies, you can apply them on a per organizational unit basis, and you can take a variety of actions. For anything you enable, you can choose to leave messages that are flagged by that setting in the inbox and apply a banner. You can choose to move messages that are flagged by these settings to spam, or you can remove them entirely from user control and place them within an admin quarantine so you can triage them later. For every one of these sections, there's also a checkbox that says turn on future settings. So as we evolve and we add additional settings, your organization can make sure that the best protections we offer are always enabled for your domain. We encourage you to take a look and select that. We've talked a little bit about the security sandboxing feature today, and we would encourage you to take a look at that and adopt it for your domain as well. This week, we're announcing some additional features into sandboxing that allow you to apply rules to the sandboxing technology as well. These are things like exempting intra-domain traffic, so that email is not delayed, but everything from outside your domain is scanned. And additionally, emails that are caught by the sandbox can now be placed in quarantine as well. You can find this feature under the admin console, Click on Menu, then Apps, and under the Gmail settings in Advanced Settings, you can turn this feature on as well as configure rules. The next question that we get asked is, if I turn on two-step verification in my domain, isn't that enough to protect against phishing attacks? We view these protections as a gradient. 2SV is certainly preferable to not having anything at all, but it's still quite phishable. We've recently seen an increase in man-in-the-middle attacks. Let me show you how that works. So in man-in-the-middle attacks, phishers send a phishing email to their target. The target will open the message and enter their credentials into the phisher's site. Real time, the phishers will take those credentials and enter them into the legitimate site, triggering the request for a two-step verification code to the user. The user will receive the two-step verification code on their device, enter it into the fishy site, and the phisher will turn around and enter it back into the legitimate site, getting access to the user's account. These attacks are growing in prevalence, and there are a few things you can do to stop them. But what we recommend is, for the strongest phishing resistance possible, we recommend that you adopt FIDO or UTF tokens. These are security keys that cannot be spoofed. There's nothing for the user to type in. When they enter their credentials into a site, they simply tap the security key, and it validates both that the machine is who it purports to be, and that the site that it's communicating with is the site that the user intends to interact with. This method provides a seamless experience for users, and it also provides the strongest protections against man-in-the-middle attacks. Not only do we think you should adopt security keys, we encourage you to consider making it mandatory for authentication on your domain. To give you a little motivation to do so, what we've noticed is that when enterprises utilize security keys, hijacking is virtually eliminated. As a proof point, for every G Suite domain that has adopted security keys, we have seen 0 account hijackings after these security keys have been deployed. Google uniquely offers support for security keys across all of our product lines. So finally, we wanted to leave you with a recent quote from a customer of ours that shows you the results of all of the techniques that we've discussed today. We hope the session's been informational, that you've learned a little bit about how we aim to keep you safe, and that we've given you a few things to explore when you get home. So with that, we'd like to open it up for questions.
And
Would you mind
just a
stepping
kind
to
of
the
little
mic?
protocol on questions before we get started. So there is something called a dory, and we love the dory because for those who aren't able to kind of ask your question, we'll be able to keep it open after this session and get to you after the fact. It should be open until the 24th. So it's right in your app if you want to do that. The second is, if you're going to ask a question, love for you to use the mic, because you are being broadcast to a worldwide audience on the live stream. So we'll kind of go back and forth between a live question and a dory question. So why don't we get ourselves started here?
Hello, hi. With your security pipeline, I was curious, for those users that insist on using Outlook as the client, does any of the security pipeline basically break down when using such a client? In other words, is it attached to the Gmail web client?
So today, if you use first-party clients, so official Gmail apps, there are a few additional protections you get. Things like warning banners, as an example, don't apply to IMAP clients. Also, link rewriting. So when a user clicks a link, we talked a little bit about the suspicious warning prompt that may apply and the safe browsing checks that are done. Those will not apply real-time to IMAP users. That said, the reclassification layer underneath will run for everybody. So if we do find that a message or a campaign is malicious, we will reclassify those messages, and that will apply to users of other clients like Outlook.
Okay, we're going to go to a dory question, and I'll just kind of read it here. It's Brian. Is the Google Authenticator app vulnerable to man-in-the-middle attacks? And so the answer to that is yes, because what a security key is doing is it's doing two-way verification. Before it provides the invisible credentials to the site, it checks to make sure this is actually google.com and vice versa. And so, yes, if you take the security code from the Google Authenticator and put it into a site, it can be transmitted to the phisher, and the phisher can then use that to log in. And so we think it is actually imperative for the most vulnerable and especially administrators within your enterprise to be using security keys. Google requires all its employees to use security keys for some of these same reasons. So we actually implore all of you to consider that very strongly for your enterprise. Let's go ahead for an in-person question.
So with regards to if an internal organization wants to run phishing campaigns for training, so that they're trying to train the enterprise how to avoid attacks and they want to do their own insights, are there any tools provided right now or on the roadmap for that to go?
There are a few ways that you can whitelist particular IPs or particular domains from sending messages in, and commonly for folks that are running phishing trainings, we see them employ those.
Okay. But no tools natively from Google?
Nothing on the roadmap right now.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we're gonna flip back to a Dory question. We have Joe asking a question: will the security sandbox be available for G Suite for Education? That's a good question.
It is. Right now, it's not, and I don't think there are plans to do that immediately, but it's something we can consider.
Okay, great. We'll do that. We'll follow up with this one.
Yep.
All right, live question?
One of the sort of latest flavor of attacks that we're seeing is pivoting on our existing username structure and then actually appending our domain name inside the left hand of the email address. So they're doing username.ncsu.edu at gmail.com, at outlook.com. Sometimes they're using the actual name of the person, sometimes they're not, and so occasionally the banner appears because we do have the features turned on for name masquerading from sort of other domains. But these are becoming very, very prominent, and I wasn't sure if it's something that y'all have seen. It seems like it could be something that if you know the domain of the G Suite instance and the username space, that you could look at that and say, hey, that looks like some strange combination that's coming from an external party. But it's something that we're seeing, and it's very targeted. They're using them in very targeted manners, being department heads, chancellors, provosts, etc., emailing 15 people, and they're all targeting the quick buck. They're trying to say, hey, are you available? Can you go get me some gift cards and scratch off the codes and send them to me because I want to send them to my nephew because he needs a birthday present. I mean, it's crazy, but the volume of these are absolutely on the rise. So I would love to see you guys take a look at that problem in particular. I know they'll pivot to something else, but that's the one they're doing right now.
Yeah, if you have particular examples, I'd be happy to chat a little bit after the session. I'd like to take a look.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we're going to go back to a Dory question here, just going down the line. Will it be possible to review the output of attachments passed through the sandbox? Primarily, if there is an embedded malicious file, would we be able to get the hash of said file? We're definitely in the advanced group, so this is a good question.
So today there's reporting that lets you know what emails were caught by the sandbox, but that level of information doesn't exist yet. It's something we can follow up with offline.
Okay, great. Let's go back to in-person question.
So this is sort of a follow-up to the enterprise internal phishing of itself. One of the things we've been having an issue with is we've whitelisted our sending IPs and done all of that, but we still have the banners on the phishing messages. If the banner, if the message were to trip one of the internal things, it would classify as a banner. Is there a way to disable that? Because we'd like it to hit their mailbox worst case scenario, not with any banners that says, this looks really suspicious.
Yeah, today, unfortunately, our phishing defenses work very well. So it's sometimes they still do kick in, even if IPs are whitelisted. That said, it is something that we're looking at, right? And we can chat about it afterwards.
Okay, it was more of just the whitelist should whitelist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we have a question from Patrick on the Dory. How does the USB auth device work with mobile logins? And I think maybe this question is framed as how would you use a security key with a mobile phone, I think is the underlying question. So there are different types of security keys, some that you actually have to plug in to the computer, but there are others that use Bluetooth. And so the ones that use Bluetooth can be compatible with your type of phone. It sort of depends on the exact type of phone and the exact security key, but the Google Titan key is one that we've known can work with certain types of Android phones. So that's good news there. There are other ways to ensure mobile logins as well. And I think if you continue to watch the developments in this space, you're going to see increasing advancements in usability. Because just remember, Google runs all of its business on G Suite and Gmail itself, and we require also 100% usage of security keys on mobile, on desktops, everywhere, for every type of interaction. So we're very much vested in ensuring that our employees and ourselves can use security keys. So I'd say these types of issues are ones that we're very much on our forefront. Let's go to in-person question.
Are you looking to implement Touch ID as a security key for built-in TPM?
So that is, in a forum like this, we're not able to talk about kind of future roadmap. You might imagine that that is something, because I'm using a Mac right here, it's something that would be convenient for many of our users, but we're not able to comment on that in this forum. But I think you can understand that these issues are very forefront of many of our users. Okay, we're going to go back to the Dory. How well does Google pair with third-party email security gateway services? What's Google's general stance on these services? Maybe Neil, you want to take that one?
It does pair well. There are a number of organizations that we know about that do use third-party services as well. From our perspective, we encourage you to evaluate what's best for your business, right? Take a look at third parties, take a look at the default protections and the ones that we've talked about today.
Okay, do we have any live questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering how the sandboxing technology handles the kind of defense evasion of certain custom malware. So having written this, there are things you can do like, making the PE header go corrupt so you can't explode it, or you can't detonate it, or other low-level detections like timing detonation, things you can do in custom malware. How does the sandboxing handle these? And other checks you can do also at a low level.
Yeah, there's a number of things that are done within the VM that look for common techniques, right? Things like perhaps payloads that wait to spring until a certain amount of time has passed. There are ways that we do manipulate that. I think there's some amount of documentation that we have out there that I can probably share after the fact in terms of how these things work. But there's also things that we don't talk about publicly, right? But these are common techniques. They're ones that we know about, and they're ones that we account for.
Okay, we have a question from Mark. For the employee name anti-spoofing function in Gmail, does it require accounts to be visible in the Google directory?
It does.
So it does. Okay.
So, yeah, question, when a mail is detected as phishing or malware post-delivery,
Yep.
Will we get more explanation about what part of the pipeline detected it and why it was classified as such, especially into the security center?
Yeah, so in the security center, there are alerts that we spring within the alert center that will give you a little more information about which messages were classified after the fact. In terms of the reasons for doing so, there's some amount of granularity that we have available in email log search that will let you know about reasons for detection, but there's nothing more granular than that today that we expose.
Okay, we have a question from Brian on, wouldn't a Bluetooth security key be vulnerable to a man-in-the-middle attack? And I guess the simple answer to this is no, because there's a cryptographic exchange between the Bluetooth key and the computer or phone that prevents spoofing from occurring. Okay, live question?
Yeah, hi. I actually have a two-part question, so maybe I'll come back after this gentleman. But the first one, more advanced threat actors are using rogue OAuth app authorizations, specifically with the Gmail scope. A nation state did that in the last 6 months pretty successfully. Can you talk about what you're doing to defend your customers in that space?
I'd love to talk about that one. That's one of the other spaces that I cover, actually. So as G Suite administrators, you have something called API permissions. And so you have the ability to block or whitelist specific apps for your enterprise. So you, as a general rule, you can say, I don't want any third-party apps to have access to key information like Gmail, Drive, Contacts, Calendar, etc. And so this is something that we think is actually quite important for enterprise admins to take a careful look at. There are times when users can be sort of fooled into giving access to third-party apps. And so you actually have this control, and you've had it for quite some time. We would encourage everyone to take a close look and understand where is it that you can close these opportunities for others to get access to your enterprise data.
Is there a new reporting feature that when users click report spam, we now get administrative alerts, messages back? One of my customers reported this last week and now hadn't seen those before.
There's one for report phishing that will pop into the alert center. I'm not aware of one for spam off the top of my head, but if you want to give me your contact info after, I can follow up and see if there is something there.
Thanks.
Okay, I think we're more or less done on the Dory. So go ahead.
Question
Yeah,
two.
thanks. So a lot of your customers run Macs. Does Gmail Security Sandbox support Mac OS files? And if not, when will it?
It supports document extensions that will run on Mac as well. Natively, in terms of executables, the Security Sandbox is not supported today, and we don't have any publicly announced plans, but it is something that we're aware of and something that we're looking at.
Got it, thanks. So to clarify, like if a docx comes through with a macro that invokes Python on a Mac, then you do catch it?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, got a new one that just popped up. Is there a, Nilesh is asking the question, is there an API integration for checking phishing emails available? And I think the answer is you can get it using kind of BigQuery on the enterprise API, but may not be in the fashion that you're necessarily used to using. But again, we can follow up on a background thread to help you understand the ways of getting that information. Okay, I think we have covered quite a bit of material. Is there any other questions here? Cool. Well, lunch awaits, but kind of to cap it off, we really appreciate your engagement in protecting your enterprise. We want you to know that we consider ourselves partners in continuing to understand what phishers and attackers are doing to your enterprise and using all of the Google capabilities that we have to protect them. So thanks for coming. And if you'd like to have other follow-up questions, feel free to use the door. We'll be monitoring for the next couple of weeks. Have a great lunch. Thanks.
Please welcome Lead Google Cloud Security, Mike Aiello.
Hi everyone, I'm Mike Aiello. I lead security for Google Cloud. Welcome to the Security and Trust Spotlight. If you were here last year, welcome back. We have a lot of ground to cover, so we're going to go quickly through the beginning. We're going to cover our progress in the last year. We've made a lot of announcements. We're going to talk about more announcements we're making this week at Next. And this year, we're splitting into 3 categories. First, security of the cloud. These are features and capabilities that make our core infrastructure secure, so the platform upon which G Suite, GCP, and our other services rely. Next, we're making a bunch of announcements for security in the cloud. So these are the features and capabilities that you get to use as a customer to build secure applications and businesses on our platform. And finally, we have a new category of announcements called security services. And security services give you the ability to consume the best of Google, whether or not you're running your business, your application, or your services on Google Cloud. So you can consume these wherever you are. And finally, I want to make some updates about our partner and our ecosystem environment, which has significantly grown again this year. So without further ado, let's get started. Our mission here is to build the most trusted cloud. And the way we think about it is we think about reducing the unverifiable trust surface. So if you're an attacker, you want the attack surface to be as wide as it can possibly be, the most places you can attack vulnerabilities. And if you're a defender, you want the attack surface to be as small as it can possibly be. We took this same approach to try to build trust with you, our customers. So we talk about reducing the unverifiable trust surface, reducing the number of things that you have to implicitly trust about the things we say. And the way we reduce that trust surface is providing you transparency. We pull the curtain back about what we do and how we operate our business. So the way we do this is we first establish a secure, verifiable foundation, and I'll go through what that means in a minute. We deliver, we believe, unparalleled visibility and transparency into how we operate our platform. We verify what we say through trusted third parties. So we have auditors come in and shake the proverbial tree of Google Cloud Security to validate what we're doing. Then, as you take over as part of the shared responsibility model where you need to implement controls, we do everything we can to hear you and make those controls as simple as they can be so that you can provide your verifications to your stakeholders. And then finally, we keep investing. So we keep a keen eye on the threat landscape, and we continue to make deep investments in our security so that you can trust we're doing the right things going forward with you. So let's talk about our verifiable secure foundation. Our hardware is purpose-built and designed by Google Spec. It's custom-made. Underlying it is our Titan chip, which verifies the integrity of our hardware and our software stack. We remove all the unnecessary hardware and software to reduce the attack surface as much as we can. All the identities, users, and services are strongly authenticated as we move up the stack. Data stored on our infrastructure is automatically encrypted at rest, and we believe we're the only cloud provider that does this. And that data is also distributed for reliability and availability as you request from us. Our communications over the internet between our data centers are encrypted by default. And finally, our operational teams detect threats and respond to incidents 24/7, 365. We are here. You are getting the benefit of a very large security operations and infrastructure team when you run on Google Cloud. But again, all those are statements that we've made. It might sound nice. At Google, we give you the tools and data you need to be able to verify the claims that we make. Whoop, we're going forwards. 1 second. If we could go back a few slides, please. Back one more slide, please. And forward 1 slide. Great. So we provide, we believe, unparalleled visibility and transparency. We do this in 4 ways. First, we give transparency into our operations. So we've got extensive documentation on our infrastructure. We've got white papers about our design choices for how we did encryption at rest, in transit, how we do data deletion, and we invite you to read those white papers. It gives you our philosophy on how we've designed our security, and we hope you believe in that philosophy and can choose. We believe we provide the most extensive documentation about our design choices for security. Next, we document the processes we follow for government and legal enforcement requests. We follow repeatable processes, And Google was the first cloud provider to offer a transparency report. We invite you to go check it out, transparencyreport.google.com. We give all kinds of details about how many requests we receive from various government stakeholders around the world. We report back in bulk how many we've received, how many we've pushed back upon, how many we've responded to. And we also report really great things we think are great in improving the internet, like the amount of encryption on the internet overall that we see across Google services. Third, we contractually detail and commit to how we operate on your data. So this isn't claims we're making. We are accountable for these things in contracts. So this includes things like processing restrictions, data deletion, incident notification, and the security measures we're talking about today. We are accountable in our contracts with you. And finally, we offer access transparency. We're the only cloud that provides you with a detailed account of who in Google has accessed your data, what they did and why they did it, and we have 3 announcements to talk about that I'm very excited to share with you. So our customers and regulators expect independent verification of our security, privacy, and compliance controls. And we wanted to share with you that we do this. We use an independent auditor to come in and check out our data centers and what we're doing here. And these are international security standards that many organizations rely on. We have them, and we continue to expand this list of certifications globally as you ask them from us. If there's a certification that we don't have that you need to keep your stakeholders happy, please come and talk to us, and we will pursue that certification. So in terms of transparency, we want to be really clear this year about our commitments to you and our data. If you heard Thomas's keynote earlier this morning, he made some very strong statements about how we protect the privacy of your data and our commitments to you. And I'm really excited today to share these strong commitments to you yet again. So first, you own your data, not Google. We're really excited to make this a strong commitment to you. Next, we want to make it clear that we never sell your data to third parties. There's been some fear, uncertainty, and doubt spread about Google that I wanted to really clarify and make a definitive statement on. We do not use customer data for advertising. It's your data. It's not going to be combined. It's not going to be used for advertising. Next, all your data is encrypted in transit and at rest, in transit between data centers and at rest by default. We guard against insider access to your data, so we have a really strong team at Google that works on insider threat, insider risk prevention, and that benefits you. We don't give governments backdoor access to your data, and you can check out our transparency report and some products we're about to announce. Next, our privacy practices are audited against international standards. So the teams worked really hard to be able to make these commitments, and we hope that this helps engender trust here with Google that we're making them definitively. So as a result of these efforts, we're happy to announce that many customers in 2018 came and went on record about Google's cloud security. So we're really excited that these customers have made these references, and if you're here in the room and worked with us, learned about our security over the last year, and commented on our behalf, we really appreciate it, and we invite more of you to try us out and work on security with us together. So enough from me. What I want to do is bring up a colleague, Colin Ahern, who's the Deputy Chief Security Officer of New York, who's part of New York City Cyber Command. Come on up, Colin, and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Great.
Awesome. So Colin, tell us about your role and what New York City Cyber Command is.
Thanks so much, Mike, and thanks for having us here today. Firstly, I'm Colin Ahern. I'm the Deputy Chief Information Security Officer of the City of New York. I help lead an organization called New York City Cyber Command. New York City Cyber Command was formed in July of 2017 by an executive order from Mayor Bill de Blasio, and we are the government agency that prevents, detects, responds, and recovers from cyber threats against city systems, and we provide tools so that our residents, visitors, and businesses can lead safer lives online.
Awesome. Thank you, Colin. How are you using Google Cloud, and how does it help your agency's mission?
Well, we use Google Cloud in a number of ways. Before I get to that, our mission, we really view our mission as twofold. One, our enterprise security mission, like I said, to ensure that the systems and services that residents, visitors, and businesses rely on are secure and reliable against attack and cyber threats, and to provide tools that those constituents and stakeholders can lead safer lives online. I want to talk about the NYC Secure Initiative. This is a world-leading policy statement that cybersecurity is a public safety issue, not just critical services and infrastructure, not just SCADA systems, but the very internet and the lives and livelihood of our citizens depend on a well-functioning internet. And the government owes you something, owes you tools so that you can lead safer digital lives. We have a couple of flagship initiatives under that policy. One is the NYC Secure app. It is a enterprise-grade mobile threat detection app which respects your privacy. It's available in both the iOS and Google Play stores. To learn more about that app and how it respects your privacy, the ways in which it can enrich your life online and help you secure your mobile device, visit nyc.gov/cyber. We are also working with Quad9, which offers free privacy-respecting recursive DNS filtering, and we're rolling that out to every free public Wi-Fi network in the city by the end of the year. Also, if you read the Wall Street Journal Thursday of last week, our agency partnered with Manhattan DA Cy Vance, the commissioner of the New York City Police Department, James O'Neill, to launch the Cyber and Critical Services and Infrastructure Initiative. And that is a locally oriented cross-sector critical services partnership, which at the local level is designed to break down barriers and ensure that our services are secure against cyber threats.
And awesome, and Colin, thank you. So tell us a little bit more specifically about how Google is a strong part for NYC, NYC3, and how you're using Google Cloud.
For sure. So for those of you that have been downstairs at the public sector booth, you might have seen our demo. New York City Cyber Command, like I said, is a government agency formed about 18 months ago. And we deal with a number of important problems in cybersecurity. One of those is a cybersecurity data problem. We have a lot of different security data in a lot of different places in a lot of different formats. And our secure responder environment is run on Google Cloud. Our security data pipeline uses Google Cloud Platform tools such as Cloud PubSub, Apache Beam, which is an open source data programming model that Google offers as a managed service in Cloud Dataflow, BigQuery, and other things, so that we can ensure that the right data gets to the right analyst or analytical process at the right time to defend against cyber threats. Additionally, we are implementing Beyond Corp style architectures in our own service offerings that we provide to agencies and stakeholders throughout the government. And we are happy to partner with Google and the FIDO Alliance generally to make identities on the internet more secure, and we're actively collaborating on ways to do that.
Fantastic. Colin, thank you so much. Thank you for trusting us with your data and the work you do at New York City Cyber.
Thank you so much.
Great. So now that you've heard about our customer progress, what we're doing to enhance trust, we want to get into our products. But before we start with the announcements, we want to remind everybody that in 2018, we've made 70 new product or product enhancement announcements. So product enhancements like going from beta to GA for existing product. We've invested heavily in the last year, and the result is more tools and services that you can use to secure your business. So this week at Next, we're making 30 additional product announcements. Without further ado, let's get started. So if you remember, we're going to make announcements in 3 categories: security of the cloud, in the cloud, and security services. I'll be doing the security of the cloud announcements, and then we'll bring up Jess Leroy to tee off security in the cloud. So we have 3 big announcements in security of the cloud. First, access transparency, which we mentioned before, is now generally available for GCP and for G Suite. This means that when a Googler accesses your data, you get a near real-time log of that access, including who, when, and for what reason the access occurred. So the canonical use case here is you call up Google, hey, I've got a problem with storage bucket number 345, the data appears corrupted or some other issue. The Googler creates a ticket. The Googler goes in and accesses the data on your behalf for giving a justification, saying, hey, this is ticket number 567 that the customer called and asked us for. And in near real time, through either Stackdriver or Cloud Audit Logging, you get a log of what the Googler's doing. We believe this is an unparalleled level of transparency that we provide now in GA on GCP and G Suite. So we're very excited about that. The bigger announcement is that we've enhanced this to access approvals, which we're announcing for beta for GCP. With access approvals, by default, Googlers are denied access to your data. And what this means is that in that same flow, as you make a request to Google, when the Googler attempts to access your data, they're denied, and another request is sent to you, either through an email or through an API call that you can write a script on the other end for, where you have to give an explicit thumbs up or thumbs down to that Googler's access. So now, only at Google are you getting the ability to integrate with Googler's own internal workflow that we use to administer our platform so that you're in control of when we can access. And this isn't basic support level access. This is deep access within our infrastructure. Cloud administrators using the command line have to go through this flow that includes you, the customer, to give an approval to Google. So we're really excited. This is a piece of technology that's based on deep infrastructure investments that we've made over many years to bring you into the operational approval flow for Google Cloud. And we're really excited for that. So with that, those are our announcements for security of the cloud. I want to bring up Jess Leroy, who's going to make some announcements for security in the cloud. These are features and capabilities that help you with your part of the shared responsibility model. So with that, let me bring up Jess Leroy.
All right, so for security in the cloud, the very first thing that we're going to talk about is the Cloud Security Command Center. The Cloud Security Command Center will provide you with a single pane of glass that'll give you visibility across everything related to security in GCP. So we give you a full accounting of all of your resources, and then from there let you apply security analytics and threat intelligence to everything inside of your GCP environment. We're going GA here at Next. There was a very full-featured alpha, full-featured beta before this, but there are a couple of things that I wanted to mention, particularly within the context of the GA that are new. One is that in our beta, a lot of our customers asked us for more export mechanisms into the tools that they use on-prem or in other SaaS solutions. So we've added new export mechanisms. One that customers seem to be particularly excited about is a custom Splunk exporter, which allows you to customize all of the exports out to your Splunk instance. The second thing I wanted to mention is new third-party threat intelligence. So we integrate threat intelligence from all over into the Cloud Security Command Center. A bunch of new vendors that are participating now are Tenable, McAfee, Cavrin, Chef, Calvio, so a bunch of new providers that we can take threat intelligence in from. And then lastly, some new first-party integrations. So we continue to integrate more and more GCP services and solutions into the command center. That's a trend that you should expect to see continue from us. We've integrated cloud audit logging, access transparency logging, and all of the new things that you're going to hear about in the next half hour. All of those services feed up through the command center as well. One of those services that feeds up through the command center that we're launching today at Next is Security Health Analytics. So Gartner tells us that through 2022, we should expect that 95% of breaches come from customer misconfigurations. To protect our customers from those types of breaches, the Google security team has gone out and evaluated all of the major types of misconfigurations that result in these types of breaches. And what we've done is we've created scanners that will go through and find and help you mitigate those misconfigurations in your environment. These are going to be things like misconfigured firewalls, exposed credentials, public buckets that should be private. All in all, there are 32 such detections already implemented across 6 or 7 different scan types, and we'll continue to implement those as we go. So we're really excited to add these to the arsenal of protections already available on GCP. Now let me talk a little bit about policy intelligence. So you probably saw this if you watched Orz's keynote this morning. We've got a bunch of announcements on the policy intelligence front. I'm going to talk about 3 of them. Oftentimes we'll start these out within the context of identity and then expand out from identity. The first of these is IAM Recommender. So it's really, really common for our customers to overgrant permissions in identity and access management. And what that does is it lets the end user do more things, but it also means that you've opened up an attack surface that doesn't really need to be there and is, of course, a risk to your environment. So what IAM Recommender does is it uses Google machine learning to look at all of the access attempts over the course of time, and it will recommend exactly the right role that will give you the access that the end user needs without opening up additional attack surface and sort of adhering to a concept of least privilege. Access Troubleshooter is kind of the other side of the same coin. So if you've got a user who can't access something, they go to their administrator, they're attempting to gain access, the administrator then has to evaluate all of the access policies that apply to that particular user and try to figure out exactly which permission to change, which switch to flip in order to provide access. So what Troubleshooter does is Troubleshooter uses Google AI to evaluate all of the access policies that apply and find exactly the right permission that you would need to modify without, of course, over-granting permissions as well. And then lastly, Validator. So we talked about security health analytics, which will allow you to find and mitigate those misconfigurations. In a similar vein, Validator is an open source solution that we are building, which will allow you to create your own custom rules which adhere to the governance and security standards of your particular firm. So you can implement your own rule sets. They tie into tooling like Terraform and other tools in order to enforce. We also have a bunch of things going GA. Four exciting new services that are fully available now. VPC Service Controls. Most of you, if you're a GCP customer, you are using VPC Service Controls. Great feature. It allows you to create logical perimeters around your services and solutions to mitigate data, exfiltration risk, and other risk. So that's now fully GA. Container registry vulnerability scanning. So this will allow you to do a vuln scan on a particular container, and maybe even more importantly, not allow that container to go out into production until it's passed a vulnerability scan. The mechanism for not allowing it to go to production is binary authorization, which is also GA today. And this allows only trusted, so signed containers that have been signed in all the right ways to go out into production. And then lastly, shielded VMs. So shielded VMs provide fully hardened VMs and protect the boot process from things like rootkits and bootkits. So with that, I will pass off to continue the In the Cloud with Sam.
Thanks, Jess. To start, I'm very proud to announce the availability of context-aware access. This is available in beta for G Suite and available in general availability for web applications, which you put behind identity-aware proxy. So this is a platform capability, and what this allows you to do is to give us policy rules which you can enforce for you. So you can say, for example, Gmail should be accessible only from my corporate laptops, and we will make it so from the platform. Or to give you another example, let's say you have a bug system which you want to project out to some contractors who are in a remote, working from their own office. You can have a policy saying, let my bug system be accessed by these contractors, but only from their office and only if they have strong authentication, and the platform will make it so. It's also part of API access, VPC service controls. And so we just talked about GA. We already have IP-based context in VPC service controls, but you will see more context come in. So you might be able to say, this particular very sensitive API accessed only by admins, only with strong authentication, and we'll make that so. This is really part of what you might have heard as Beyond Corp or Zero Trust. This is an approach where you basically account for the fact the world is becoming more and more perimeterless. And so this is an area we're investing in. And if you want context-aware access, if you want to know more, Airbnb spoke already or is speaking right now. And you can see what their experience was. Talking about Beyond Corp, I'm very proud to announce the Beyond Corp Alliance today. It's an alliance of companies who want to bring their context together to improve security for you, the customer. And from our perspective, I just described how you have these access control points in our platform, which allows you to specify rules by device and identity, like this person and their device should be well managed, and so on. And we have these partners who have deep knowledge about device status. And so from our perspective, we think there's a synergy where, for example, let's suppose you're using Palo Alto Networks for managing security of your laptops and mobile. So you might be able to say a policy like, my Gmail should be accessed only from corporate laptops, but only if the Palo Alto gives a thumbs up saying that the laptop's is not vulnerable, and we will be able to enforce that. With that background, it's my privilege to invite Adam Geller, SVP of Product at Palo Alto Networks, to join me on the stage. Welcome, Adam. As you folks all know, Palo Alto is a leader in security and also a thought leader in the space. So Adam, I wanted to ask you, what is Palo Alto's perspective and why you joined the BeyondCorp Alliance? And in fact, if I may take this context even larger, can you situate it in the larger context of your partnership with GCP?
Sure, Sam, that'd be great. So Palo Alto Networks and Google have been working together in the security space for a number of years across a variety of different elements of the security domain, some of which were even announced earlier, like Command Center, and now with BeyondCorp and Identity Aware Access. And if I think about our partnership, if we look at the increasing complexity and sophistication of attacks and threats, it's caused Palo Alto Networks to think about how we need to deliver more and more of our security services from the cloud. So something that we made a change recently, we announced back in December, was that we were going to double down on our partnership with Google and make a strategic investment around how we deliver some of our security services from Google Cloud Platform. Right? And it's to take advantage of things that you can only do in the cloud, like machine learning, artificial intelligence. And as an engineering owner of some of the services that we need to build and deploy into and on top of GCP, I just will give a plug to the Google team from a partnership perspective. The team has been outstanding in terms of responsiveness, quality, and really creativity as we think about how we take services that we've either been running in our own data centers, in other cloud providers, and really scale it globally on top of Google Cloud Platform. Now, as Palo Alto Networks, our mission as a company is to be your cybersecurity partner of choice and to protect our digital way of life. And even from the very early days as a company when we first started, we knew that in order to achieve that, we were going to have to make sure we could give complete visibility. Just like was described earlier, we have to be able to reduce an attack surface area down to a meaningful space for the defender. We need to be able to protect against all known threats. If it's known, you should be able to prevent it. And then fourth, you need to be able to quickly detect and prevent against unknown threats. And so as we put this mental model in place, there are 4 key areas of technology capabilities that surface that we've built out and we continue to use today. The first one is absolutely understanding all application flows down to a very granular level, including what functions are happening in those applications, like file uploads and downloads. The second part is understanding user identity and being able to map that to what would otherwise be anonymous network flows, take identity and be able to marry that to that so you can make better decisions. Third piece, very relevant to this topic, is host information. That's both protecting the host from exploits and malware, but it's also leveraging that host as a super rich source of information and intelligence about device posture, health, and overall context of that device that's attempting to make connections to applications. And then the fourth piece is actually looking at deep packet inspection and looking at content flows. So you'll be able to dig very deep, even into encrypted flows, and understand, is there malicious content in here, is there sensitive data, and how is it being moved and how is it being protected. We wrap all this together in our security operating platform, and that's how we give our customers the ability to take very context-rich policies and apply it across their security landscape. So naturally, as customers make a journey to the cloud, like you're doing with Google, we want to be able to apply those same capabilities. So in GCP, that might mean leveraging our VM series or traps to provide a context-based policy that says maybe only the developer group can access the internet to pull down content from trusted sites, and the content that's going to come down will be inspected to make sure that it doesn't have many malicious binaries in it. Might leverage our Redlock service to do full and continuous compliance monitoring and scanning of all of your Google Cloud Platform workloads. Or it would leverage our Aperture SaaS service to be able to do full DLP and content classification of data coming in and out of G Suite and making sure that sensitive data isn't accidentally exposed. And so if we sum all of this up, there's a tremendous number of similarities between our Zero Trust approach and Google's BeyondCorp approach. And that's why we were pleased to join up with Google in the BeyondCorp Alliance. So we think that if we can take all of this context-rich information that we have, we can allow our customers to leverage that in anywhere they're accessing Google BeyondCorp IAM protected assets like GCP, like Google API services, as well as G Suite. And so we're looking forward to continuing the partnership. We're working through the technical details of that integration, and please stay tuned for more over the coming weeks and months as we figure it out.
Thank you so much, Adam. I think there's real synergy here. I'm really looking forward to the kind of value we can produce together. So in the end, security is based on identity. And for all of you who don't know, we have a full-fledged identity system available for you from Google Cloud. If you're using GCP, you're likely using it without knowing, or using G Suite, you might be using it without knowing it. But it's an IDP, and it's obviously benefits from our billions of logins over 15 years that we have secured. So today, it's a full-featured system, but I'm here to announce alpha of 3 additional features. We are now enabling, for relying applications which don't do standard federation, now we are introducing password vaulting, so that makes, you can even federate to them now. We have an enhanced end-user self-service portal, and we are also integrating directly with your HRMS. So you, for example, we have partners with ADP, Bamboo, Namely, and Ultimate Software, and the idea here is that employee gets created in your system of record and instantly available in Cloud Identity, just what you'd expect, an integrated life cycle. And again, here I'm very proud to announce your Android phone can now be used as a security key, and this is available in beta. So stepping back, in identity, obviously it's very important to know it's the real you. Is it really Tom signed in, or is somebody fished Tom? And second factors help with that. And so you have OTPs, you have where you can say yes on your phone, push notifications, and so on. They actually improve your security very radically. However, those can still be phished by a dedicated attacker. So for example, you might go click on an email, go to a fake Google login, type your username and password, and your phone says, hey, do you want to sign into Google? And you'll say yes, because everything seems okay, but the attacker is signed in. So we want to take that one level further. And we introduced security keys, physical security keys, a few years ago. There's little devices, USB and BLE. Today, we're introducing the phone itself. Any Android 7 plus phone can be a security key. The behavior will be simple. You log in name, password, and you say yes, but there's secret going on in BLE between the phone in your hand and the computer that you have, which makes it non-phishable. So even if there's somebody in the middle who got your username and password, they still can't log in as you. And with that, I'm going to ask Christian to come and give us a demo of how this thing looks.
For everyone. So, nothing new here, Jess.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me? Yep. OK, cool. Hi. I'm Christian. I'm a product manager. I work on security efforts here at Google. And I'm going to show you how easy it is to activate your security key built into your Android device. So this morning at 9, we announced the beta availability of a feature that turns all Android 7 plus, so Android N and later devices, into a security key for your Google account. So last year at Next, we announced the Titan security key, Bluetooth and a USB version here. And as I mentioned, this gives you the best protection against phishing. And if you have data you want to protect online, especially in Google, we really recommend that you have one of these on your account. Because as Sam said, it's not just another second factor, right? This is a phishing-resistant second factor. None of the other technologies available today gives you exactly like that level of protection. So anyway, with that, let me show you how easy this is, right? So what we're seeing on the screen here is a user in Gmail. I'm going to quickly do one thing here. I want to also show my phone on the screen. If we can make that work. There we go. So I'm going to just move this out of the way for now. We'll work with that later. For now, I am logged into Gmail, and I am going to go to my two-step verification settings for this particular account. I'm going to scroll down. I want to go to security here, and I'm going to go to two-step verification. This is basically where you go if you want to change any multi-factor authentication settings on a Google account. And again, this product works the same for consumer versus enterprise accounts. So if you use Google in an enterprise capacity, this should also work. Let's move that out of the way quickly. So I'm going to log in. Oopsie, that's not great. Let's move that out of the way completely for the moment. There we go, go away. All right, that's cool. So we're going to log in. And what we should see is my second factor settings. And on this particular account, you'll see that I have my Titan USB key. I have my Titan Bluetooth key. And I also have my phone set up as a security key. So if I go ahead and remove this, and I'll just show you, you will see either a promotion on the account, or you can just navigate down to add security key. If you only have physical keys on your account, you can add the phone as an additional factor or an additional security key. That's the way that we recommend this work since it gives you the benefit of, in case the phone stops working, you still have the benefit of the physical key, right? Maybe you lose access to the phone, or the phone is not with you at any point in time. This technology also uses Bluetooth to establish a local connection between the laptop and the phone. That is how we get to that phishing resistance. The local connectivity is very, very important for this particular system to work. And this afternoon at 3:30, I'll talk a little bit more about the protocol. So as you've seen, I selected my Pixel 3 from a list here. I went ahead and added it to my account. So again, I'm back to where I was when I started. I've got my Bluetooth key, my USB key, and my Pixel set up on this particular account. I'm going to close out, and I'm going to open the incognito window again. And this time, let's go back and put the phone back to the right here. I don't want to make it larger. I just want to move it. There we go. All right. So at this point, let me go back here. I'm going to attempt to sign into that account. I want to go to Gmail. I want to sign in with my demo account, to which I just added the phone. Once I enter my password, there should be a local connection that kind of over Bluetooth happens between the laptop and the phone. Message appears on the phone saying, hey, I should confirm the login. We've seen this before, right? Confirming a login on a phone isn't new. What's new is the anti-phishing technology that's built into this local proximity protocol. So between the phone and my laptop, I'm sending data right now, doing an exchange, and at the end of this, I should be signed in. Just as easy as using a security key, but without the hassle of having to carry this around, just using this in your phone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christian. So I do want to emphasize that it feels just the same as saying yes on a phone, but it's fundamentally more secure. So think about your brakes on cars in the 1990s. They were safe. You needed brakes to stop a car. They worked pretty well, but you pressed hard, it would skid. Then anti-lock brakes came along. You press the brake just like before, but the car doesn't skid anymore. Think like that. So it's fundamentally more secure. And switching tracks, it's my privilege to announce that we have alpha availability for managed service for Microsoft Active Directory. So we realized that in the enterprise, Active Directory plays a very central role. And when you come to Google, we already help you. We synchronize identities to our cloud identity system, for example. But we also recognize you might want to run Active Directory on Google, for example, for Windows containers, Windows workloads, or other things which need Kerberos and so on. So now we offer you a managed service. We take care of all the security and reliability stuff. So high availability, disaster failover, backup, auto updates, firewall rules, making sure your super admin credentials are properly stored in the vault. All of that we take care of. It obviously can work with your on-prem. You can basically extend trust from your on-prem domain and so on. And so basically, it's Active Directory without the hassle. And this is, by the way, the Microsoft software. So it's 100% compatible with what you're doing. And with that, I will ask Reena Nadkarni to join me and to come over and tell us about G Suite. Reena.
Thank you, Sam, and hello, everyone. I'm Reena Nadkarni. I'm the product lead for security and analytics on G Suite. I'm going to quickly run you through some of the new announcements that we're making on the G Suite side of the house. If you were here last year, we made many big announcements like the G Suite Security Center, the investigation tool, and data regions. Today, I'm going to give you quick updates on what we're launching this year. First, advanced protection in Gmail. Advanced phishing and protection in email is really important because email still remains to be the #1 attack vector for your organization. With this product, we are bringing you the ability to place emails into a quarantine, the ability to detect anomalous attachment types, and finally, the ability to protect your large groups from inbound emails that will spoof your domain and hence make people in your domain think that the email was sent through an internal person. We also have the security sandbox feature, which sort of mimics a real user opening an attachment in a virtual environment, and that significantly reduces the risk of your email attachments. Collaboration in security. If you look at how admins address their security journeys, it is super archaic. It's almost like they're emailing attachments back and forth. With collaboration and security, we are bringing G Suite style collaboration into the admin user journey. A quick example. If I come in early in the morning, take ownership of an investigation, and then Mike comes in later, I should be able to share just the investigation with him so he can follow along and see what I am doing with this. And that is security collaboration for you. Automation. We also allow you very easily to create rules and actions to be able to automate things in the security investigation tool. I talked a little bit about data regions. Most people do not want to locate their data in a specific area because G Suite's centralized cloud architecture reduces latency and protects your data with geo-redundancy. However, some customers do want to have control over where their data is stored at rest because of regulatory purposes. And data regions allows you to do just that. This year, we're also covering additional products like forms and sites, and also adding backups into our data regions offering. We also have 2 new device level controls. The first one has to do with file stream. So when the data between your device and the servers, we are giving admins control over that file stream. And we're also announcing 2 new partners for our endpoint security partner management. And those are Lookout and Symantec. This allows you to be able to get other harmful signals that can then be fed into the security center, into context-aware access and such. So I have just told you about G Suite, where we're looking at the entire journey of the admin, from prevention to detection to remediation. We are hyper-focused on this admin security journey. And with that, I'm going to call Sam Lugani on stage to give you a demo of Admin Collab. Thank you.
Today, we're introducing new ways for security admins to collaborate. Now, G Suite excels at user collaboration, but if you look at the admin world, it's still quite archaic. We're still sending screenshots to each other. We're taking what G Suite does really well and bringing it to the admin community. Let's take a scenario. I'm the admin of this domain, Inc42, and I receive an alert that this device has been compromised. Now, from within this alert, I can directly launch an investigation and figure out that this device was compromised by an email that came in, which was tagged by us as a phishing email and had an attachment which was opened by the user. Now, from this point in, I want to make sure that no one else within the organization has received the same email. So I can pivot on this subject and look at everyone else within the organization that has seen this email. I can click on this and take bulk action to delete emails from everyone's inbox. Now, I have a colleague who is really good at stopping data exfiltration, and his name is Chad. So I can share this investigation with Chad. And ask him to take care of data exfiltration. Now I'm going to switch to Chad's persona. Chad is amazing at stopping data exfiltration and also loves wearing hats. So I'm going to wear a hat for now. Now Chad, I've sent a message to Chad that, look, I've deleted malicious emails. Can you take care of data exfiltration? Now from within the email, when Chad opens this investigation, Chad is at the exact same place I was. Chad knows that this device has been compromised. Chad also knows that I've deleted all these malicious emails from user inboxes. So at this point, Chad can pivot on all these users and look at if they've shared files externally outside the organization. And a lot of files have been shared. So now Chad can order these file permissions and limit access in a few clicks to within the organization. And it's as simple as that. We're very proud to introduce G Suite-style collaboration to the security world. The betas are now available for sign-up. With that, I'd like to call Jess back on stage to talk about security services. Thank you.
So we have run over a tiny bit on time. So I'm going to speed through some stuff because there's a demo that I want to get to that we're gonna run through in a minute too. Okay. So security services, we talked about everything so far in terms of things that are available in Google Cloud, and then these are things that, of course, protect Google Cloud, but can also extend through to protect other common environments for our customers as well. It's sort of a new category for us. The first one of these is Event Threat Detection, or ETD. Really common thing that customers will do to find threats and vulnerabilities is to scan security logs. And so Google, over the course of time, has amassed some of the best threat intelligence in the industry. We use that to protect ourselves, and we're now, with ETD, starting to use that to protect you as well. So you can consolidate everything into GCP. We, of course, operate on GCP services. We also are starting to allow you to consolidate from on-prem and AWS. We normalize, throw that in a pipeline, find everything bad that we can, and from there we'll take the findings. We will allow you to manipulate that data in BigQuery for investigation. We'll allow you to export to the SEM of your choice. We will, of course, surface everything in the command center. And we also have an integration in the command center to our IRM tooling, which provides incident management. So that's in public alpha now, another Google GCP tool, which will handle the incident management through to remediation for you. Great new service. User protection services. So this set of services extends our protections from not only protecting our customers to protecting our customers' customers. For that particular set of users, the end users of our customers, there are two major threats. The first one are phishing attempts, and the second one are sort of fraud and account takeovers. So for phishing attempts, there is a SANS Institute report that tells us that 91% of successful attacks start with a successful phishing attempt. Big problem for customers. We have a safe browsing tool which scours the world and looks for malicious URLs and phishing attempts, and will add those into Chrome, a variety of other browsers, and thousands of other developer tools. So it protects about 3 billion users today from ever seeing those URLs. We're adapting those services to two enterprise-facing services, one called the Web Risk API, which detects malicious URLs on your website and in client apps. You pass us a URL before an end user sees it, and we'll tell you if we believe that that URL is phishing or malicious. The second tool is called Phishing Protection, which helps protect your users from phishing sites using your brand. So you give us a brand kit. We will scour the world looking for people using that brand for phishing purposes. We'll notify you. You can submit your own URLs to us, and we'll tell you if we believe they're malicious. What's really cool here is that typically what you would do at that point in time is submit to the domain registrar to try to remove that site, which may take weeks or months, depending on the registrar. What we can do is submit those into safe browsing, and within 30 minutes or less be protecting over 3 billion users around the world from ever seeing or clicking on those links that are impersonating your brand for phishing reasons. And the last one is on the fraud side, reCAPTCHA Enterprise. So reCAPTCHA Enterprise helps protect your website from fraudulent activity, spam, and abuse. So it builds on all of the goodness of reCAPTCHA, which is protecting over 2 million websites globally, with additional features and functionality that we've built in to help enterprises. And that leads me to the promised demo. So What we're going to attempt to do, and I'm hoping that you will oblige me with some audience participation. So if you're looking at your phone, look up here, but keep your phone out actually. So what we're going to do is there's a URL behind me, g.co/reCAPTCHA/demo, and I'd like you to take out your phone and navigate to that. I'm going to introduce my friend Aaron here. He is the engineering manager for reCAPTCHA and reCAPTCHA Enterprise. And Aaron and the team have crafted a simple website, which you should be seeing if you're going to g.co/reCAPTCHA/demo. Don't worry, no humans were harmed in the making of this demo or will be harmed in the running of it. Nothing to worry about. So let's shift over to that page. This is what the page looks like. So what you should be seeing there is this simple page. I don't want you to enter your real username and password information for anything. This is a security session. But do just enter some gibberish. We're not recording any of it anyway. For anything you want for username and password, and then hit the login button. So while I give you a second to do that, what's happening behind the scenes is that we have implemented reCAPTCHA Enterprise against this site, and we are evaluating all of the transactions as you are entering your information and hitting login. This is the screen that you should get to if you are a legitimate user and not a robot. Okay, so what you won't see here, by the way, is a CAPTCHA. So we are operating invisibly behind the scenes, giving you all the benefit of more traditional reCAPTCHA solutions with none of the end user friction. So the team has also cooked up a quick chart which will show you just the outcome of the scores that we get. So the reCAPTCHA Enterprise score is much more granular. It's a 10-point system. And what we're doing is, here, let's switch over there. This chart will show us the people that have scored high, which is an indicator of a legitimate user, versus those that have scored a low, which is indicative of a bot or a malicious user. So it turns out, this is a huge relief to me personally, that none of you seem to be robots. So that's great. Our site is in great shape, or is it? Because unbeknownst to us, Aaron has gone rogue on us and has developed his own bot, which will attempt, for malicious purposes, to log into this website. So what the bot is doing behind the scenes is attempting to log in repeatedly, and as it does this, it's coded to any place where it gets stuck, take a screenshot, and then surface that screenshot for us here. So as a legitimate user, what you saw was the home page, and if somebody scores high in reCAPTCHA, what the site will do will just pass you through to the home page. If you score low, which is an indicator of a threat, then we'll actually put up a 2FA page, a two-factor authentication page for additional verification. So this protects the site. So what you're seeing here are, as it attempts to log in, over and over, it's getting the 2FA page because it's scoring low. And if we switch over to the graph again, we can now see there's about 250 of you, thank you, who responded to the page, real users, and we can now see about 17 bot login attempts. The reason codes are unique to reCAPTCHA Enterprise as well, and they are showing you that automation happened, and we've correctly identified these as bots. Okay, so imagine for a second that this is your website and not a basic website, protecting your new user creation, your logins, your transactions, your password verifications, and resets. And you can imagine how this is a great tool in your toolkit for prevention of fraud. All right, with that, let's switch over. We've got to wrap up. There are some things we didn't really get to. Apogee API security reporting, some great new reports in Apogee around the security posture of your APIs. And then data loss prevention has a great new user interface on top of it, which lets you run DLP with no code whatsoever. And then lastly, the identity platform, formerly CICP. This is now GA. You can use Google identities and identity management embedded inside of any app, anywhere, any service. Doesn't need to be a GCP service, can be anywhere, and you get the full capacity and scale of Google identities. With that, I'll pass back to Mike for our last 30-second wrap-up.
everyone. I hope you enjoyed the demo. We want to quickly announce that, like we did in 2017, in 2018 we doubled the number of security partners that we have. As you come to Google Cloud, the vendors you already rely on and are tooled against are available. Many of these partners are now also customers of Google Cloud, and we hope their validation of our security validates your trust in us. So I won't go through the summary. We had a lot of announcements. There's announcements in GCP. We have a huge session on container security services. We hope you pay attention there. We believe we're a leader in container security. Identity and access announcements, G Suite announcements. We had over 30 announcements this week. If you want to hear more, if you want to see more, if you want to see more demos, we have 8 more security sessions. Thank you for joining us today. Stay secure, trust but verify, and have a good rest of the conference. Thank you.
the basics. Throw a dart at a map on the wall and go wherever it sticks.
One, two, three. Oh, wonderful. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. So thank you so much for coming. It's afternoon, and it's security topic. So really, really thank you. I really like that security continue to be #1 priority for you. We will be talking about interesting areas. We will be talking about security of our infrastructure, not only services that we will provide for you, our customers, to use. And again, let us start. Not only I will be on the stage. Can you hear me? There is strange echo. It's okay. So it will be 3 more speakers with me. So I'm Nelly Porter. I'm Senior Product Manager with Cloud Platform Security Team. And Jessica Baum, she will join me a little bit later. She is also Product Manager with Cloud Platform Security Team. We also have 2 additional speakers, 2 vice presidents with us, so we slightly worry. And one of them is Steve Gold. He is Vice President of Hyper Security Solution that some of you probably know by this 3-letter acronym called CIS. And he will explain what it means if you don't know. And with us also Rafael de Cormis, and he is Vice President of Innovation Labs in Gemalto. So both of them will tell you about our partnership and what we've done together. So let me start, and before I will start, there is a live Q&A that we will not be doing. So we will use Dory instead. So please submit all your questions, and here's the quick instructions. And because all of you security experts, I know that you would be able to figure out how to post your Dory questions. If we will not have enough time during the session, we will answer them as well, every single question. So please, please, please submit them during session. Oh no, focus on the session, maybe after that is also okay. So before I will start my part of this presentation, I want to remind you that the motivation of security, as you probably know, because our adversaries, our bad actors is becoming very, very sophisticated. And usually their motivation is to go after your data or data of your customers, your resources to mind and do what they need for their adventures and their things, and also for credentials to get access to your resources or to your data. And again, sophistication of our adversaries becoming quite amazing in some respect, because if, again, someone will spin up VM and make it available to internet, we've seen the SSH access literally in 4.6 minutes. It's not always successful SSH access, but it depends on your credentials for that. So they regularly crawl GitHub to find your keys or passwords or any other credentials, and as soon as anything is discovered, it is used literally in a few minutes. There is a very interesting paper that was published in 2017 about the life of exploit and what is motivation for all of those exploits. What is the driver in that. And again, very often when I'm talking to customers, and I actually do that very often, some customers telling me that all these advanced persistent threats is not what the primary focus is. And the reason why, because all the state actors are not going after them. It's a small company doing something very reasonable, why do they? And what I am kind of failing to explain and continue to explain again and again is that you don't need to be a big fish to be a target. The problem with, again, all of these exploits, today they can be packaged in different form and used or even leased as exploit as a service in literally very affordable price. It's 150, $200 for 2-3 weeks of use. So what do we do about that? And in Google, we strongly believe that there is no one absolute security solution that will solve every single problem. We strongly believe that it's, again, the necessity to have the defense in depth on every single layer. And in our infrastructure, something that you probably don't see because it's below the line of your visibility, we spend significant amount of time and efforts to secure the infrastructure. And it is very important to us because customers and users consume this infrastructure every single time they interact with Google product. So let me start from the lowest level of our infrastructure. And you probably seen already this small chip, this, again, 1-to-1 square. You can pick up one in our demo over there in exhibition. But it's not real Titan, so don't get your hopes up. So the real Titans that we produce, we actually keeping quite secure. And the Titans giving us a lot of power. Those chips, it's secure, again, cryptography-based chips. We design with our Google scenarios in mind. And because we control our custom hardware, we have opportunity to use it in the way that we believe will provide the best advantage for us, Google, for our infrastructure, and for you, our customers. So the first interesting use case, I guess, that Titan help us to provide is what we call machine identity. And machine identity's idea here is very simple. When we manufacture those chips, we put in the fuses, and it's the place in your ASIC that actually cannot be extracted, the keys that we call Titan identity key. And after that, we derived an additional, again, public-private pair of keys, with private keys keeping in the same place, and again, issue certificates for those keys. We have the list of all of these Titan identity keys in our Titan registry, and our Titan certificate system, or Titan CA, is actually running offline to issue certificates to those Titans. So now when you put this Titan chip on motherboard, or you put this Titan chip on our network card, you have opportunity to challenge, I'm talking about cryptographic challenge, these particular machines or these particular peripherals. And what we do, we ask in Titan to prove the again, possession or the fact that those keys are still there where we put them initially, and sign the challenge. And that's what Titan does. And then we can validate that those machines is actually our machines. Those machines that we have in our Google data centers is what we believe they are. The additional things that Titan offers us, it's what in industry we call secure boot. And secure boot is very interesting idea, very old idea, I think. The idea is that you need to run what you believe is not tempered. You need to run code or functionalities that nobody changed. And what you expect to run, you have to run. And secure boot helping in this respect because it's actually loading only and only signed binary. And it means whatever we as Google produce those binaries, we know that it's not changed. And the third piece of this puzzle is measured boot. So measured boot, the idea here is that we also validate that every single binary that we want to boot is actually booting, but it's also giving much more granular information. It's giving us opportunity to figure out that despite of the fact that some binary probably sign, but again, older, it's not the binary we want to boot. Or if the order of the loading sequences change, we'll be able to figure out it. One additional thing for Titan, it's almost the same, again, we in San Francisco, real estate is hot. It's like real estate, it's location. So Titan has very interesting location. It's sitting between Platform Controller Hub, PCH, and Flush. And it's also keeping CPU at reset. And it means when we boot up our platform machine, what will happen when PCH is trying to read BIOS from Flush. All of this communication and all bit-by-bit instruction going through the SPI channel when Titan have ability to validate the first instruction before CPU will get up and will be executing that. None of security chips today on the market is actually capable of provide this capability. We call it first instruction integrity. And we believe that it's critically important to test or verify before you will run. So as soon as Titan validated BIOS, the trust chain is established and BIOS is validating bootloader. So no surprises, bootloader is before it's starting to load kernel is going and validating every kernel module that we need to load in our production kernel. And after it's done, we validate our file system. When all of these checks done, we know that we have a time to put or lay our hypervisor. And we're using KVM, as you probably know, it's type 2 hypervisor, but we've done a lot of hardening in our hypervisor. We actually published blog about what we've done. If you're interested, please go read it out. We try to make it as entertaining as possible, but to summarize, it was, again, 3 important things that we've done with KVM. We reduce the attack surface. We took out a lot of drivers that in cloud environment we simply never will use. And because we have more or less architectures that we control, we can remove a lot of, again, codes that we simply never will use. And in security, you know exactly as me, as less code is better. And it's exactly what we've done. Additional things that we've done, we rewrote QEMU. So the last 5 years of CVEs in KVM all were concerning QEMU. So we rewrote it, and the goal for us not only to get rid of and create new bugs, but the goal was to make and move a lot of emulation of device drivers to user mode, because explosion and exploding kernel mode is actually much more painful and much more catastrophic. And also we've done a lot of security reviews of open source KVM code and submitted quite a few bugs from our side as well. And with all of this work, with all of this hardening, the time came and we bring YoVM. And the biggest security issue is how easy it is to spin up a VM. So with all of this knowledge and with all work that we've done on infrastructure, we decided to introduce yet additional service that you as our customers will use. We called it Shielded VMs, and Jessica will let you know what it means.
Thank you, Nelly, for that awesome background. First and foremost, I'm really excited to announce that here at Next, Shielded VM is officially generally available. So we've been in beta. This is our official graduation, so we're now GA. So before we get into it, just a quick word on what exactly is Shielded VM. So the reason we kind of went through that background to look at how exactly we have secured our infrastructure platform layer is to kind of tee up why exactly we built Shielded VM as a service made available to our customers. So with Shielded VM, so what exactly is that? Shielded VMs are essentially Google Compute Engine instances that are well configured to provide you with some of the security guarantees that we just discussed, to protect you against the most advanced threats at the lowest level, including rootkits and bootkits. With Shielded VM, we want to enable our customers to be able to ensure that their workloads are trusted and verifiable. And we also want to be able to expose functionality that helps you protect your most critical secrets against exfiltration and replay. So let's take a quick look at how exactly we can meet some of those promises. So this diagram should hopefully look a little familiar because we looked at a similar version of this when Nelly talked to us a bit about chain of trust and how exactly we have built that chain of trust to secure our infrastructure at a platform layer. So what we've done is we've taken our learnings from that and we've sort of bundled it into this service that we've made available to our customers, which is Shielded VM. So right from the bottom layer, we start with, we've replaced your old and trusty, rusty BIOS with UEFI. With UEFI, that now gives us the possibility to offer extensions like Secure Boot and Measured Boot, which Nelly talked to us a little bit about. In addition to UEFI with Secure Boot and Measured Boot, we've also gone ahead and built this implementation that we call VTPM. So this is a virtual trusted platform module. So you can think of it as a virtual version of TPM, or Trusted Platform Module. In fact, our VTPM implementation fully implements the TPM 2.0 spec. It's signed off by the Trusted Computing Group, and it's FIPS compliant. So you can sort of think of this VTPM as a TPM. The reason that we do not use a hardware TPM and we instead use this virtual TPM for Shielded VM is to be able to empower you to do all the things with Shielded VM that you would do with a regular GCE VM. And that specifically includes live migration and live patching. That wouldn't work if we used a hardware root of trust, and so that's why we are using this virtualized root of trust. So we have our good VTPM. And then finally, one of the coolest things that I think we've added to Shielded VM is what we call integrity monitoring. So you have your Secure Boot, Measured Boot, VTPM working for you, but you don't want to be SSHing into every single VM instance trying to figure out, hey, has its integrity state changed since the last time I looked at it? So what we've done is we've actually built a service around this for you. We export all the relevant registers as necessary, and we convert it into a single bit that we put into your Stackdriver. So therefore, that means that all of this logging is going straight to Stackdriver, and you just need to look at Stackdriver to know whether the integrity of this particular VM instance has changed since the previously known healthy baseline. So with that all said, we have all our architecture laid out, so that means that we can actually deliver on the following security assurances for Shielded VM. So specifically, we're looking to guard against malicious guest operating system firmware, including malicious UEFI drivers. We're looking to guard against the malicious guest OS itself, specifically looking at the potential for boot and kernel vulnerabilities in a guest VM. And then finally, we're looking to provide some protection against potentially malicious insiders within your organization with the help of that good VTPM functionality that we discussed that can help you seal secrets and make sure that they're only accessible when directly interacted with the VTPM. Because the VTPM is outside of the trusted security boundary of the VM, which means that if your VM is compromised, the secrets within the VTPM are still safe. So that said, we're going to try and move into a quick demo. Awesome. So I just want to show you really how easy it is to spin up a new Shielded VM and how similar it should be for any folks that are familiar with Google Compute Engine. It should really look like almost the same to you. So here we are in GCP, our Google Cloud Console. I'm going to go ahead and click on Create Instance over here. And first, we got to give our instance a cool name, because that's the most important part. So now all we got to do is we have to look under boot disk and make sure that we're switching this boot disk to a shielded boot disk. And we try to make this as easy as possible for you with this handy checkbox over here that filters out all non-shielded images and only shows you the shielded image options. So let's say we go ahead and pick our CentOS 7 over here. I'm going to hit select. And so we have that boot disk over there. Now I really quickly want to show you under the security tab over here some of the features that we just discussed. So we talked about integrity monitoring, we talked about VTPM. We have these turned on by default for you. We also have the option for secure boot. We've actually decided to have this opt-in for specific customers that have potentially custom or unsigned drivers that might have compatibility issues with secure boot. So we leave this up to customers to opt in, but if you do not have that compatibility issue, we definitely highly recommend that you turn it on so that you can get all of the security guarantees that we just discussed. And that's it. You go ahead and hit create, and that's pretty much all that it takes to spin up a new shielded VM. So really, hopefully, you should see that this is very similar to your regular VM spin-up flow. Because I don't want to hold you here waiting for the VM to spin up, I spun up a VM previously, this cool instance. I just really wanted to show you really quickly some of the logging that we had discussed around integrity monitoring. So as you can see here, we have our stack driver logging. We're just going to go in here, and we can filter just to the shielded VM integrity logs. So these are the logs that we talked about before. These are tamper-evident logs because they are signed by our VTPM. So now over here, we can see some of these integrity events. Let's go ahead and look into one of them. So here under our JSON payload, you can see the single bit that I had mentioned earlier. So this is kind of our summary of investigating all of the registers that we've talked about earlier, and we've condensed that into a single Boolean bit. If the integrity had changed from the previously well-known healthy baseline, you would actually see a false here. So this is interesting. And then, of course, if you are actually interested in the values in all the registers, those are also all available to you in the log. One other quick thing that's worth looking at here is that you can also establish the provenance of the instance that you're looking at. So here under resource, you can see specifically the instance ID that I'm looking at the integrity logs for. You can see the project ID. And finally, you can also see the specific zone that this instance lives in, so you know that this is the exact instance that you were interested in looking at in terms of the integrity logs. So that's our quick demo on how easy it is to spin up a new shielded VM and check out some of that monitoring. Now, of course, since we're writing that message out into Stackdriver, you can definitely create custom actions based on what you see in that bit. So for example, if you see it switch to a false, you can potentially write a cloud function that stops that VM instance before you go investigate it. Similarly, when you do go investigate that change in integrity state, if it's something that was caused due to something expected, so for example, you have updated your kernel or you have an updated kernel driver, that would in fact cause the integrity state to change, but in that case, it would be non-malicious, so that was something expected. In that case, we have APIs available for you to add that new baseline as another known good baseline to the list of good baselines, so we won't alert you on that again. So that way you can sort of filter out some of that noise. So let's switch back to our slides here. I just want to do a quick recap on some of the things that we've learned here about shielded VM. So we looked at, the experience that we looked at here was our Google curated images. So most of your favorite operating system images are available as shielded VMs as well. So this includes CentOS, Ubuntu LTS, of course Windows. We have RHEL, and finally our container optimized OS, and we're always expanding this list. So folks that have been following us since beta would probably notice that we've added some operating systems here. We also have shielded VM images available in the marketplace, and Steve's going to talk to us a little more about that. We built these in collaboration with our partner CIS, and so these images actually bring you the best of both worlds because they're shielded as well as hardened, and Steve's going to talk to us a little bit about what that hardening thing looks like. Finally, if you do have custom images that you want to turn into shielded, as long as they support the specific features that we need to have a shielded VM and to have the integrity monitoring service work, for example, we discussed UEFI, we will be providing a method for you to bring your own custom images and make them shielded and take advantage of the shielded features that way. We looked at the simple one-step spin-up from the Cloud Console. Everything that you can do in the Cloud Console, as with all GCP features, you can do it from gCloud, and you can also do it from API. It just doesn't make for as good of a demo, so that's why we looked at the Cloud Console today, but definitely all the functionality is available via all three. We talked about how we built this feature from ground up with support for live migration and live patching in mind. This is something that's really important to us as a cloud provider in addition to our customers. We've definitely used things like live migration and live patching in the past to patch issues like Spectre before our customers were even aware of them. So this is definitely a functionality that we want to continue to support, and that's why we've made sure that Shielded VM is completely compatible with this, low latency. And then finally, for our GA, we've also gone ahead and added a new organization policy for customers that are a little more security-minded and want to lock down a specific project or even at an organization level to say newly spun up VM instances should all be shielded. So you can actually go ahead and enforce that now. And then we have IAM roles and permissions to lock down on who in your organization actually has the capability to flip some of those security functionality settings that we looked at earlier. And finally, one of the questions that we always get after this pitch is, how much is it going to cost? We're happy to say that Shielded VM images are available at no additional cost to you. So whatever you would pay when you're spinning up a new GCE image or purchasing an image from the marketplace, there's no markup for Shielded because we want to integrate that security by default for you. So that said, I'm happy to hand it off to Steve, who's going to talk to us a little bit about our partnership in bringing shielded and hardened images to the GCP marketplace.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks, Jessica. So CIS, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the hardened images that we have in the marketplace to try and help you with your security fights that we have every single day. For those of you that are not familiar with CIS, we are a nonprofit organization that works with the global community to try and define best practices for securing systems. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go through. I guess maybe before we start, show of hands, how many people are familiar with CIS or are using our benchmarks? That's a lot of hands. Okay, so now let's expose the people that I need to talk to afterwards. How many people are not familiar with our benchmarks? Okay, excellent. So I've got your names now. One of the things that I thought Nelly put up that was great was that the biggest problem that we're all having from a security perspective is how easy it is to continually spin up new images and deploy new applications and deploy new infrastructure. And as you can see from this quote from Gartner, that as we grow, a lot more of these problems are going to be your problems, which are our problems, right? So security is a shared responsibility. We all have our part. Google clearly is doing their part by creating the shielded VMs, and CIS is we're trying to do our part for you to try and help you with your part of the shared responsibility, and starting with a secured image or a hardened image to work with these shielded VMs. And we'll talk a little bit about that in how we harden them. So CIS's approach to security really is three areas. So we have our CIS controls, we have our benchmarks, and we have the CIS hardened images. If you're not familiar with the CIS controls, they're a prioritized operational plan to increase your cybersecurity posture. It gives you a start point, it gives you a midpoint, and it gives you an end point, and allows you to walk through that process and create a more secure environment. Our CIS benchmarks are what I talked about earlier, where we are managing a global community of people to try and define the best practices. So the people that are using the systems are the people that are helping us to define the best practices for securing those systems. This is not a manufacturer defining what the best practices should be for their operating system, and it is not CIS defining what those best practices are. It is you people defining the best practices for them and coming to a consensus and seeing where we go. And the hardened images are really just an actualization of that benchmark. We're taking that benchmark, we're applying it to an operating system in the cloud, and then you guys are using it to run securely. So when we talk about how our controls and benchmarks are created, each and every one of you can be part of our community. We do have people from the manufacturers, so people from Microsoft are helping to define the best practices for Microsoft, but we also have CISOs and ISOs and other subject matter experts to try and help us define those to come to that consensus. We do that with our controls as well. So it is vendor agnostic and it is consensus based. So for the benchmarks, I put up an example of what the Windows Server 2016 benchmark looks like. There's over 270 recommendations. If any of you guys would like to download this, you can go to our website for free and download it. I would recommend against not printing it because it's 800 pages in its PDF format. Apparently there's 1 or 2 gaps in the security of Windows Server 2016 that we found. So I put up just some examples of some of the items that the community came up with to define as things that we should make better within that benchmark. So as I mentioned, what we do is we take that benchmark and we apply it to that operating system that's living within the Google Marketplace, and then that creates the CIS hardened image. All right. So from a hardened image perspective, you've obviously got a lot of benefits. You've got the benefit of now moving to the cloud to not only run in a shielded VM, which is hardware secured and provides a lot of capabilities at that root level, but now you also have a hardened version of the operating system. So moving to the cloud is significantly more secure when you use a hardened image, because you don't have to spend the time or the resources in trying to figure out what it is that you want to do for that instance to make it run. You can literally just out of the box use this device, use this hardened image, and then start secure. You've got cost-effective and secure computing solutions. It's ready to deploy in minutes, obviously available within the marketplace, and thanks to Google, there's no additional cost to use the shielded VM capabilities with the CIS hardened images. So our tagline is to start secure and stay secure. Obviously, with the shielded VMs and the CIS hardened images, you are able to start secure in the Google Cloud. And then through that process, through that integrity monitoring, you're able to stay secure through that. And we've listed just some of the operating systems that we have currently available for those shielded VMs. So as I mentioned, this is a shared security model that we have to use. And what we're trying to do is bridge the gap between what Google is doing and what you guys are doing by providing you with that hardened image. All right, well, that was really all I have, guys. We have some information about our community, so if any of you guys would like to join our community to either help define some of the benchmarks or some of the best practices for securing operating systems, or if there's a benchmark that we don't have that you would like to see one for, you can create that community, and then as long as you're willing to participate in it, we can start to help and build those benchmarks as well. All right, well, thank you very much, Jessica. I'm going to give it back to you.
Thanks so much, Steve. And I did see a question on the Dory specifically about CIS, so glad that we could answer that for you. I'm really happy to introduce Raphael, who is from Gemalto. We have partnered with Gemalto since the very early days of shielded VM. So any fans in the room that have been following us through our beta, we've been working with Gemalto, and so I'm really happy to introduce Raphael. Here you go.
Thank you very much. So, good afternoon, everyone. I will be happy to give a bit of feedback and return of experience of using shielded VM for our application and our discovery and partnership with Google. So, just a quick word of introduction. So, at Gemalto, we are a cybersecurity company, a French one, created 30 years ago, and we initially started with chipset security. And it's very likely that half of you in the room have one of our products in the pocket, either in the form of a SIM card, a payment card, or an identity document. So as hardware is moving to software, we are working hard into our own transformation, into providing other services, and they are all around digital identity and data protection. So why a shielded VM is important for us, and how did we use it? So first thing, we'll go back a bit in time into the old days of mobile phones. So we are providing identity for telco customers, and their problem is to be sure that they know their subscribers in order to bill them. So that's their pain point. So with the SIM card and in the backend, some authentication server, we are able to give connectivity when the user is turning on his phone. So this was quite simple. The backend was in a data center, and we did have a bit of spike in the traffic by Christmas time, but more or less it was an easy life, and we could go fishing. But as everything is progressing, and as we see a wave of IoT devices coming up, and as we see also new protocols coming up in 5G, this is really changing the paradigm, and that data center cannot be used anymore. And we did move our solution to the cloud, especially Google Cloud, for scalability purpose. But the main point is to be sure that we do that at the same level of security and the same level of compliance, because all those authentication for network operators are compliant to the GSMA, which is the Association of Operators Providing Security Guidelines. So if we take an example of smart grid, we do have sensors that are connected, and we do have a connectivity which is event-based. So we will get authentication requests coming from the servers, coming to the servers at any given time. So for example, if the weather is changing in an area, we'll have a surge of connectivity requests to the network, and we have to be sure that we are able to handle this load. So hence the scalability of the cloud. But then, to guarantee the security and the compliance, we had to work and be sure to improve our solutions and using the capabilities of Google. So why did we use Shielded VM? For us, it was bringing two things. The first one was a secure boot, and the second one was the sealing of data. So in the end, what are the benefits we could take from Shielded VM? So the first one is to have data protection, especially getting closer to data protection in use, using secure boot to be sure that nothing's happened to the machines we are launching on the cloud. Second, it was really seamless integration, and it is really as easy as in the demo in production, and it's really we didn't have to redo anything either on our cloud workload, either in our own application. And finally, the third thing is to be compatible with our own root of trust and having the capability to import our keys from our own HSM as a service and protect them with data sealing from the VTPM. So thank you again for Shielded VM, and I hope you will enjoy it as we did.
Okay, and a few, yes, and a few more points that we want to, again, leave with you as well. That we started, again, the Shielded Computing Vault, and we definitely will ensure that your VM-based solutions will be secure. But we are not stopping there. We absolutely want to extend it to any VM-based services that Google Cloud provides. And it means everything that you're using, so presently enough, running in VM, so most of our services, to ensure multi-tenancy support that we have using our VMs. So moving and supporting multiple services is the work that we started. So Shielded VMs is our first step toward Shielded Vault or Shielded Compute. But the next step for us is to provide even more guarantee and more security for you, for customers, than bringing or planning to bring your sensitive data to cloud. And we understand that it's a very difficult decision and very difficult move. So to make it a little bit better, we need to acknowledge that we kind of really appreciate the fact that you trust us. We think that it's very important that you trust your cloud provider, but honestly being very respectful and very, again, understanding security cloud provider, we believe that if we will remove the necessity of you trust us and move our wonderful trusting relationship to cryptographic relationship, we will be all better. And as a result of that, we want to start introducing and talking to our customers about confidential compute. And confidential compute is a new term that industry is actually talking about. The technology is still in very early stages, and multiple CPU vendors, Intel, AMD, and ARM with trust zones, are offering some solution for this problem. And the problem is how to ensure that you can isolate your workload such way that even us cloud providers would not be able to impact your workloads with our own bugs. So there is 0 days always exist in the vault, and we understand that it might be a situation that those 0 days will be exploited. The second thing, we strongly believe that our insiders, people that support your products, are absolutely trustworthy. But we don't want to ensure, or again, we want to ensure that their credentials being spoofed or phished would not be used in malicious ways. So we don't want you to rely on our insiders maliciously or mistakenly leaking your data. So what do we need to do to ensure that those very high security guarantee will be met? And we want to give you opportunity to run your sensitive workloads with limited risk. So, as I said, the goal of confidential compute around multiple industry vendors, all cloud providers, is to ensure that you don't have implicitly trust your cloud provider, and you don't have to trust our insiders. And we want to ensure that in addition to encrypting your data in transit and by default encrypting your data at rest, we one day would be able to offer you encryption of your data during processing in use. I think it will be a big deal for all of us, and we're definitely working towards that. And to prove it to you, we actually probably a year ago, a little bit less than that, shipped open source projects that we called Asilo. Asilo, we love Greek names, by the way. I don't know if you noticed it. And all these Greek names mean something. So this particular Asilo means that it's a safe place. We had plenty of discussions about that, you can imagine. So Asilo, the idea of Asilo is providing a tool chain and SDK for developers to create confidential compute apps. Because there is, again, for example, if you're familiar with Intel software, again, SGX, software guarded extension idea, Intel also has open source SDK, but it's a little more complicated to use it because you need or to start up from your fresh application, or you need to partition your more sensitive data and less sensitive data using Intel SDK. And not every single customer that I talk to actually know how to partition their very sensitive algorithm. So again, our goal is to provide much simpler tools that you can simply port your app from, again, your non-trusted app to trusted app and run it in Enclave. We finished up our confidential compute challenge literally on April 1st. It was not a joke. And we suggested that we will ask all community to submit, and we made it global for all people to, again, participate, to submit ideas how they will use confidential compute, Asilo, and cloud for their services, for their applications. And we were very happy to report back that we had very interesting submissions, and we will announce the winner very soon. So to move to the next topic, I want to summarize whatever you heard today. And the biggest key takeaways, I think, from our discussion and our session is we take security very seriously, despite of the fact that we don't believe that one solution will solve and address every security issue you will have. We're building it from ground up, starting from our Titans and using Titans as our hardware root of trust to start building our security decisions and our trust chain. We extended this to VTPMs to give you your mini, tiny virtualized Titan. And you would be able to use it for your specific purposes, to have your virtual root of trust in your VMs. And we introduced shielded VMs, and shielded VMs today went GA. All my team exceptionally happy with that. And again, we believe that it's only first step toward make it shielded compute reality for all. Thank you so much for your time and your questions, and we will go through Dory and Jessica. And please, 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 Steve, Raphael, join me. We have one mic, so we will pass these things around.
We'll be sharing. Yeah, so I think we can switch to the
Dory
slide. So anyone that is wondering how to submit questions and what is a Dory, there's instructions on the slide. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up some of our top questions right now, and then we have our lovely panel here that can help us. So the first question we have here is, are there plans to release CIS benchmark hardened container optimized OS images?
So I'm going to defer to the person that is the smarter one of the two of us. Greg, do we have plans to release hardened images for containers? Yes, we do.
He said yes.
Yes, so they're coming soon.
Awesome. The second question on our Dory is, will the compute engines used by GKE to host container pods be shielded by default? Fancy you asking this. I think, Nelly, you can probably talk to this a bit.
Thank you so much. So as I mentioned, shielded VMs is the first step toward shielding the whole entire cloud. So we're absolutely looking forward to provide shielding OS as a baseline or hardening image for GKE, for GKE nodes. As you probably know, GKE is running continuous in pods in VMs, so-called nodes. So we're absolutely looking forward to do that. But please stay tuned. We will announce it whenever we will be ready.
Thanks, Nelly. Our next question is, what are the performance overheads of shielded VM?
So again, the story goes that we were measuring performance, again, very many times and trying to figure out what we do. But again, Gemalto team in one of our calls told me, Nelly, we found very interesting things that we couldn't explain. With all these functionalities that you added, the performance improved. So I came back to my team and was like, what is happening? So we dig, and we figured out that by changing the older BIOS that had so many functionality that nobody need, and having UEFI instead actually save us a few milliseconds, and as such, the performance of our boot sequence is actually, again, no difference, I would not say better, but no difference than non-shielded VM.
Thanks, Nelly.
And thank you, Raphael, for great feedback.
So we have a question. Can I extend these images and add our content on top and create custom hardened images?
And the answer is yes.
Yes. Yeah, it's just like a regular GCE VM in that sense, that you can start with the shielded boot disk, the way we saw in our demo, and then definitely add any sort of hardening that you want on top of that. In fact, that's exactly how our partners at CIS built their hardened images. And so the way they did it, you can definitely do the same.
One additional asterisk, if you're changing any kernel or bootloader drivers, your integrity check probably need to be established. So we build the baseline first time we boot up your VM. If you will do it after that you would need to use our APIs to set up your new baseline.
In order to install a signed driver to secure boot Red Hat Linux, it requires an enrollment MOK to EFI BIOS. Will you provide an API to provision the BIOS of these instances, or will we have to go through the mock-util and serial console for each instance?
It's a great question. So first, again, we provided RHEL 6.5 for you already, and we've done all of this work, so you don't need to worry about that. If you need any additional version of RHEL, we probably, again, would like to know about that and help you to, again, manage this complexity, working directly with Red Hat. It's exactly how we publish this particular or shielded this particular image. But again, if you need to modify, again, being very honest, any secure boot capability, and you're using Microsoft Sign shim, you would need to have or work with Microsoft to sign it for Linux or Windows OSs. It's the situation, unless you will use your own signature with own product keys that you will embed it in UEFI DB. We will support it, and we will provide the APIs to do that.
Thanks, Nelly. We have one very succinct question that says, Windows support? Question mark?
Yes. And it started from Windows 2012 R2. And since then, every single Windows OS that Microsoft ever will come with will be shielded.
Including all the flavors, like Data Center Core, all the flavors are covered too.
All of the variations.
Probably we have time for one more question. Nelly, I think you will enjoy this one, and maybe all our speakers can weigh in. How do you see blockchain supporting confidential computing, Oscillo, and shielded VM? Wouldn't be a tech talk without a blockchain question. So.
Absolutely. I think we need to have blockchain on every single talk. So again, so I think again, confidential compute is actually, again, laughs aside and jokes aside, is actually very suitable for blockchains. Again, we're talking about public ledger or private ledger, depends on which one you're familiar with. And confidential compute will provide ability to maintain the sanity of the logs in your blockchain. So combination of Asilo, so now you will love, with blockchain is actually can work very nicely as soon as you will put it in shielded VM.
All right. Well, I know there's a couple more questions still in the Dory. We'll make sure to answer those offline, and the Dory will actually be live through the end of the week. So if you have more questions that you think of after the session, please keep submitting those. Our team will be monitoring those questions, and we'll be answering those.
And thank you so much for all your time and being so great audience. All of 4 of us enjoyed enormously talking to you. If you have any questions, anything, please again send to Dory and we will answer.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Major crush on you.
Good afternoon. Welcome and thank you so much for joining us today for Keeping Hackers Out and Your Data Secure, a proactive approach to G Suite security. My name is Drew Seidel. I work on the G Suite for Higher Education team. I work in a group that has this incredible opportunity to work with hundreds of colleges and universities across North America. We also get to learn from them about how they approach collaboration, how they approach security on campus, and I think from what you'll learn today, higher education poses a lot of challenges that are not unique to higher education. So what I'm really excited about is that our customers and our guests will have the chance to share their lessons learned and how this can be applied to your organization as well. We're going to have Andrew Sullivan, a senior product manager on Google Cloud, joining us. Next, we'll have Jason Manners, a systems specialist from NC State. And lastly, we'll have Mike Saxton, who's the CISO at Georgetown University. To give you an indication of how hard some of these folks have been working and the prep they've put into this, Mike was sharing that he'd been practicing this presentation in his hotel room, and because he wanted to keep it true to form, he'd been using a TV remote as the microphone. And he was walking here from his hotel room, got about half the way to the center and realized he still had the TV remote in his hand. So a big thank you to all of them because they've put in a tremendous amount of work to make this session as beneficial as possible for all of you. As we're going through, if you hear some content that brings up a question, or if you already have something bouncing around your head that you'd like to ask the group, please do use our Dory. To access the Dory, you can go into the Google Next application. Then you can find this session today, click the Dory Q&A link, compose your session, and then you have the chance to upvote the questions that you would like us most to answer. We're talking today about G Suite and G Suite for Education specifically. If you're not familiar with G Suite, it's a platform that Google offers for businesses and governments and educational organizations. And we bucket the G Suite tools into a few different categories. One, we have creation, giving users the opportunity to collaborate in real time from anywhere, anytime on any device, using tools like Google Docs, Google Sheets, and Slides, and storing everything in one place securely with Google Drive. We also have tools to connect from anywhere, anytime on any device, like Gmail, Google Meet, and Google Chat. For coordination, we have a lot of tools that we afford to all users, and then we have some specific to education, like Google Classroom and CourseKit. And for control, which we'll be speaking about specifically today, for those CISOs and G Suite administrators in the room, we have the admin console, and we also have Google Vault for archiving and e-discovery. As you may have seen already this week, G Suite has long been adopted by the cloud-native and very innovative companies, thinking of the Lyfts and the Spotifys and the Netflix of the world. And in my 5 years at Google, something that's been incredibly exciting to see is that a lot of established market leaders are now moving to G Suite. Organizations like Verizon and Airbus, BBVA and Whirlpool. And we see these organizations moving to G Suite not for the specific bells and whistles of the functions or capabilities, but actually for the business drivers of breaking down data silos, making people more efficient, making them more collaborative and more effective in their jobs. And in education, we see G Suite is incredibly high adopted as well. I have a question for the audience. This is the former educator in me. Raise your hand if you can tell me the number that was just announced today of how many students and educators and administrators are leveraging G Suite. Yes. May we please give this gentleman a round of applause? That was incredible, yes. I had this nightmare that someone was going to say 15 or something. I was like, no, yes, that is correct. It is 90 million. And in higher education specifically, we see G Suite very widely adopted as well. In the US News and World Report, top 100 colleges and universities, over 80 are leveraging G Suite, as well as 8 of the 8 Ivy League organizations as well. And I'm very proud that we have both Georgetown and NC State University represented here today. And at this point, I'm going to be handing things over to Andrew, who's going to be sharing a little bit more about how, from the product side, we're enabling organizations to be more proactive with their approach to G Suite security. Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks very much, Drew. Hi there, I'm Andrew Sullivan. I'm a product manager for G Suite Security out of Sunnyvale, California. I actually live here in San Francisco, so this was a short commute for me today. I'm here to tell you a little bit about G Suite Security and how it provides proactive, intelligent, and simple protection for your users as you manage collaboration across your environment. Quick question, how many of you are G Suite administrators today? Almost all of you. Okay, fantastic. So we'll get right into the details of it. G Suite Security, as you know, provides proactive protection across email, across Gmail, Drive, and Gmail, Drive, Keep, etc., across our full range of products. And we really have designed this to take advantage of Google's machine learning to provide proactive protection across the environment. Taking advantage of our machine learning where, because Google has coverage across not only coverage across our billion monthly active users in Gmail, Drive, and up to 8 other services, we're able to block 10 million spam messages every minute from reaching Gmail customers. Additionally, we're able to index hundreds of thousands of web pages and block thousands of malicious URLs, thousands of instances of unwanted software, and every minute, before they even reach your end users. We're able to take advantage of this machine learning that is studying all of the traffic that comes across our consumer, enterprise, and educational environments. And secure email is, of course, particularly important because it's the #1 vector for attacks. Email is by far the most common way that users are attacked when they get phished, for example, when they receive malicious content or malicious or malware. So our built-in defenses against ransomware, polymorphic malware, and other sources of threats allow us to block that malicious content before it ever gets to the end user with attachment heuristics where we can detect emails that could be threats based on signals that we know from our machine learning sources, as well as sender signatures where we're able to detect known malware senders before they ever reach your inbox. So we're able to provide this proactive protection with no action taken by you, the administrator, so that we can reduce the risk by over 99.9% that your users might ever get a spam or a phish. But in addition to that, we provide intelligent protection so that you can take advantage of these tools to protect your users and take action if any user is subject to potential threats. So an example of this is our safe browsing technology, where we're able to protect over 3 billion devices worldwide using our safe browsing in Google's own Google Chrome browsers. But as part of G Suite Security, we provide a full range of tools which allow you to stay ahead of the latest threats by notifying you when you have important alerts, but also giving you control over those so that we don't waste your time with excessive alerts or noise. One of the things that we hear consistently from customers is that they want to get quickly to resolve what matters, but not be bothered by alerts that aren't actually important. Many administrators get thousands of alerts per day, and it's no surprise that they're not investigated if we don't have an opportunity to prioritize them. So with the Alert Center for G Suite, you might have seen the demo on the show floor today. With the Alert Center for G Suite, we're able to provide a comprehensive view, but very importantly, prioritize those alerts so that you're able to see which ones you may need to take action about. For example, if you have a user who's reported a phish reported phishes repeatedly, you may wish to investigate that user, and I'll show you how to do that in just a minute. In addition, you can take actions to actually look deep into the incident and understand what the potential cause or issue was. When you get one of these alerts, you can dive deeper with our G Suite Security Center. Now, the G Suite Security Center, this is available in our enterprise and our education advanced SKUs. The G Suite Security Center provides an easy-to-use, comprehensive view of all of the security-related activity across your environment. If you've seen the dashboard, you've seen that we provide visualization of, for example, the potential emails that were blocked for spam, emails that were blocked for phishing, external shares in Drive, new authorizations of third-party apps. Many of our education customers use a lot of third-party apps to access private G Suite data, and so we can provide overviews of this activity in the Security Center. And very importantly, when you look at these dashboards, you can dive deep into specific incidents as they occur, or specific examples. So for example, if you see a spike in potentially phishing or a spike in spam activity, you can dive deep and understand what's really happening there. Additionally, you can do that with OAuth authorizations, and I'll tell you more about how you can control that in just a minute. Beyond the security dashboard in G Suite Security Center, we also offer our security health tool. Do many of you use that feature today? Just a couple. So I would strongly encourage you to have a look at the Security Health Tool. Security Health Tool, which is available under the security menu, again for our advanced customers. We have it on demo again downstairs today. This recommends security settings where you can proactively set your G Suite settings to prevent known security threats. So some good examples of the Security Health Tool advice might be, for example, we can tell when you don't have two-factor authentication or security keys activated, and we can advise you, hey, that's something we really recommend to stay ahead of potential phishing threats. Or you may wish to block Gmail, you may wish to block IMAP and POP access to Gmail because those are potentially a source of risk. And we can tell you if that configuration needs to be tightened up. As you can see on the right-hand side of this slide, where we have the green checkbox, that's where we advise that your security health is correct. And where we have the little gray checkbox, that's where we have advice where you might wish to tighten your security settings. Now, of course, the Security Health Tool provides advice. It's up to you to decide what's right for your environment, but we try to make these recommendations the correct ones for the best for you to reduce your risk. And the Security Investigation Tool, this is something we're very proud of. This allows you to dive deep into examples, dive deep into queries based on what you see specifically in that alert center as well as on the security dashboard. So some great example of this is if you see a malicious email or a series of malicious emails that comes to one or more particular users in your environment. Let's say that you see a spike in spam on the security dashboard. You can dive deep using this to understand how many messages are being sent from or sent to particular users, and then you can pivot on those users to see, are they also sending out malicious emails? Were they perhaps compromised? And from this view, you can actually go straight to requiring a password change, to changing the policy around two-factor authentication, to blocking external sharing by these users. That's something that often, if you're trying to investigate a situation where a user might be compromised, you can take those actions for those particular users and thereby reduce their risk while you investigate and see what the cause was. The Security Investigation Tool also allows you to take bulk actions. For example, if a large amount of malicious content has come in, you can block it all at once, all by doing advanced queries using this tool. We have a couple additional features related to this. Data loss prevention gives you the ability to block external sharing of, for example, sensitive content. You can block external sharing of particular categories of personally identifiable information, such as driver's license and social security numbers. You can also block external sharing of via Gmail and Drive of private data associated with particular projects. And we're very proud to, we're working on some additional enhancements to these services coming out later this year. App access control is something that many of our EDU customers have raised as an important feature. We allow you to control which third-party apps can access your private G Suite data via OAuth 2 scopes. Why this matters is we take great pride in the fact that we offer an open environment where you can enable a wide range of apps to work with your data as an end user. But sometimes those apps can pose risks. So this allows you to whitelist those individual apps that you trust and limit access to private G Suite data for all the rest. So with these tools and additional ones that I didn't have time to cover, we work very hard to make this a simple environment for you, the administrator, and for your users. And we make it possible for you to manage the full range of your productivity environment with easy, proactive security from the cloud, so that you can have full visibility of potential security incidents while letting your users be productive and save time. A couple other ways that we promote simplicity, our Cloud Identity Service allows you to manage single sign-on into a wide range of external services, and it provides the identity infrastructure for both G Suite and Google Cloud Platform, along with mobile device management, where you can enforce minimum security levels for iOS and Android. This is particularly important if you have a large number of mobile users who are accessing your private data or accessing your G Suite data. And finally, I'm sure you've heard in other sessions, we are very proud of our experience with the security keys. We talked about how in our policies in the Security Health Tool, we provide advice that your users, especially sensitive users, should be using security keys. to prevent account hijacking. And we're very proud that in customers who have deployed security keys, we've not seen any reported or detected G Suite account hijackings. So we provide advice on how to make those available. I'm sure you've seen the demos around the Titan security keys, and actually we have a new announcement about security keys just today that you can use your Android device as a security key as well, which allows you to avoid having to carry a key in your pocket. I won't go through this entire list today, but we announced quite a few great new security features and announcements today as part of our G Suite security update this morning. A few key ones: we talked about Android as to second-factor authentication. We've added security sandboxing to email so that we're able to actually detonate the content of email and see if it is malicious before it ever reaches the user. Context-aware access just entered beta. This allows you to control your users' access to G Suite to G Suite resources based on the identity and security posture of their device. And access transparency, this allows you to see which Googlers are actually taking action on your users' accounts when they're responding to support calls. This is something many of our customers have asked for so that we can show you that we're taking good care of your data for compliance reasons. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jason to talk a little bit about how NC State takes advantage of our G Suite security capabilities.
Thanks, Andrew. As he said, I'm Jason Mainers from NC State University, and if you're not familiar, North Carolina State University is what's called a land, sea, and space grant institution located in Raleigh, North Carolina. We're the largest state institution with over 35,000 students, 10,000 staff and faculty members. And we've been a G Suite campus for nearly a decade, and my current over 100,000 active accounts love the environment. They love the collaborative tools. They love everything that comes with it. But with any environment where you have people sharing data back and forth, that always comes with risk. And risk is one of those things that whether you're an administrator or a security professional, you take very seriously about the actions that you take. And for us, unfortunately, we came face to face with this in 2016. You see, there was one phish that compromised one account, and in that one account, there was one attachment. And that attachment held the PII of over 38,000 then, current, and some former students. Now, we had no way to know at the time whether the attachment was accessed or not. All we knew that was the inbox was compromised and that it was logged into from an unknown source. Now, that rocked our world in a lot of ways. If any of you have ever dealt with a data breach, you understand the ramifications of something like that. And it was in that moment that despite having cybersecurity roadmaps and other actions in place, it served as a flashpoint, a moment where we said we're going to change. Now, we'd been doing other things prior to this. We had rolled out to two-step verification in Google and said, hey, you can enable it if you would like to. We had been scanning and analyzing and looking at messages through a lot of different methods and ways. But this served as that moment, that pivot moment that we could do something different. And what I hope to show you today is what you can do with not only the tools that Google's provided, but with now some of the data that they're giving you access to, where you can take that a little further, combine some elbow grease yourself, and actually come up with some really impressive tooling and opportunities to sort of analyze what's going on in your environment. So let's talk about some of the reactive strategies that we took. And what I mean by reactive is something has already happened. The account has already been compromised, right? We didn't catch it before the user looked at it, okay? So what do we do in these situations? So we do a couple of things. One, we rely on the Alert Center to let us know some of what's happening. But we also look at some of the behavior that comes back from Google. You've probably, if you have signed up for the alerts inside the admin dashboard, you may have received an alert that Google has disabled an account in your environment, okay? And that comes in as an email form. Well, we talked with our security folks and we said, you know, Google is just one part of a person's account persona for our campus. Shouldn't we say that if Google thinks that they've done something wrong with their account or their credentials are compromised, that means the rest of their resources are at risk? And so what we've done, and it's pretty basic right now, but those alert emails that Google says that an account's been disabled, it forwards to an inbox that has a procmail script that grabs the ID out of it and pushes it into the disable system. So the rest of their account is disabled. It was really simple. It's a single script running on a single server. And I'm also excited to say that they're getting ready to put this into an API, which will make that call even easier for us to do. The other thing that we did was, as I mentioned, we already had two-step verification in our environment, but we took it a step further, and we instituted a policy. And that policy was called One Phish, Two Step. If you get phished, if your account was compromised due to a phishing attack, guess what? Welcome to two-step verification. You're now enforced into two-step verification. No longer an option for that. And so that helped a lot to further protect accounts. After that data breach, we actually took it even a step further, and we started with all of our sensitive data users and did a mandatory two-factor rollout. We actually use two multi-factor systems. We use Google's two-step verification for their Google identity, and then we have another product in front of our SSO environment. We actually maintain two separate logins with that purpose. And while, yes, it does have its challenges, we roll both out simultaneously. And I'm happy to say today that all of our faculty and staff and employees, even student employees, are enforced into two-factor within 30 days of starting at the university. And we're in the process of rolling that out to all of our student population as well. The other thing that we do is we take another alert that Google provides that you may have seen called the suspicious activity. You can get an email. It's, again, one of those things you can toggle on in the admin panel, and it says, we've seen some suspicious activity from this user. It's not enough to disable the account. We haven't seen it blasting spam or anything like that, but we've seen something that seems amiss. And so what we do is we take that data as just a data point into an internal system that we have. It's kind of like a poor man's SIM. It started over a decade ago where we just started aggregating things like VPN logs and SSO logs, and we just feed that suspicious activity in as one more data point. And we can then combine that with things like our travel system, and so we can know, hey, Google said there's a suspicious login. That IP happens to be from Japan. Well, guess what? That faculty member is traveling right now, and that faculty member is in Japan. So that's not that suspicious to us. It's suspicious to Google because it's different, but we know more about our users. So we can then choose not to take any negative action on that user. Now, if the user is not traveling in Japan, that can give us a greater insight into looking at that account more closely and trying to make those decisions. Now, I would love to say that we can do all of everything reactively, or that in fact, a perfect world, we would be so proactive, no account would ever get compromised. But that's just not the case. So with us in a proactive manner, we're constantly looking at the attack vectors that come in. We leverage the Alert Center, which is great because it shows us the things that our users are marking as spam and phishing. And we look at that content and see if there's ways that we can tailor content compliance filters or other rules, DLP rules inside of Drive, to do things to protect our users. One of the favorite attempts right now is, I was talking with some other higher ed customers earlier, and I think most people have seen this, is the concept of gift cards. They're going for the quick buck these days. A scammer will email a person, ask them to buy a gift card, or even offer them a part-time personal assistant job. We got one that came in actually last week. It said 6 hours of employment for $530 a week. You do the hourly pay rate on that. I'm in the wrong profession if that works out as a real job. And they would send them a certified check in the mail and say, here's your first month's pay. Go cash it. They would contact them the next day and say, hey, I need you to buy some stuff and I need some gift cards. We're actually supporting this orphan ministry overseas, and we need to send them some stuff. They need Walmart gift cards. That student, the check hasn't fully cleared the bank, but a lot of times that bank will go ahead and put the money in the account. They'll go buy the gift cards. They'll go buy the thing because they think they've got a great new job. I wish to say I was joking on this, but I'm not. And that's the case of today. So what we've done is we've worked to sort of take some of those patterns, those matchings of stories and things that the users are doing, the domains that they're sending from, the links that they use, the form builders they use, and write custom rules and scripts inside of Google, mainly using content compliance rules to filter those messages out, to quarantine them, or at a minimum, pre-pin the subject line that says suspicious links or potential phishing or potential job scam, and just to alert the user, hey, pay a little more closely, pay closer attention to what's going on here. Now, I would love to say that everything's great, and I'm excited to say that Google has a lot more tools available today than we did a few years ago. I'm really excited for some of the context-aware policies that Andrew mentioned, even the advancement in Alert Center to sort of do collaborative investigations into accounts. But there are also other strategies that we're still trying to figure out with this. How do we handle data loss prevention around sensitive data? We've got researchers who've gotten really accustomed to using Google in their classes and even in local data stores, but now they've got this grant from the federal government, and they've got CUI data or controlled unclassified information data, and they want to use Google to collaborate on that. How do they do that? I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that yet, but these are some of the things that we're wrestling with. And then for us on the horizon, the things that we're looking at is automation, automation, automation. That's why I'm excited about some of these tools that Google is going to be bringing to the table as we begin to leverage those in a different way and take advantage of those things to hopefully streamline our process and take a lot fewer man hours in all of it. And then, finally, as I mentioned, it only took one fish to serve as that flashpoint for us. I'm hopeful today that if I've accomplished anything, it's the idea that if you're not doing some of these things, if you're not looking at the Alert Center, if you are an enterprise customer and aren't using the investigation tools, if you haven't even enabled in Gmail the advanced security features that says someone's masquerading as a user from an external domain, doing the suspicious link flagging and checking, if you haven't do those things, make that change. Do that now. It's easy. It's really simple and easy, but it can make a world of difference in the process. So I'm going to turn this over to Mike, and he's going to talk to you a little bit about what they're doing.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate it. Sounds a lot better than the TV controller in my hotel room. As Jason mentioned, my name is Mike Saxton. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer at Georgetown University. Before I get started, I'd like to say a special thank you to Jason, all the Google security administrators in this room. Jason gave a great overview of what our analysts in higher ed face on a daily basis. And while security in higher ed isn't much different than security in other industries, it does have its intricacies that we have to work through. You may have read a lot about recent security breaches at universities. I came from a different environment 6 months ago, which I'll talk about here in just a little bit. But I'm amazed at some of the way that our security analysts have been able to use G Suite to provide innovative solutions in a really resource-constrained environment, but also in an industry that is incredibly important to our communities and the better good. So thank you for your work and all the work that you guys are doing out there. So I do have to apologize, though. I put in a request to bring Jack the Bulldog here. Unfortunately, it was denied. He's got a pretty busy social schedule right now, so I hope you guys can deal with the picture of that good boy on the screen living his best life on campus. I also removed the transition comment I was going to make that he feels really great that we are securely storing his information in Google Cloud, especially as it relates to HIP-PA data, but I decided to remove all the bad jokes from this presentation, so I apologize in advance if you were expecting them. If you want those, meet me afterwards. I have plenty of them. So I came over to higher education about 6 months ago. I spent nearly the past decade working in the Department of Defense. I could not have expected the complete 180-degree thought process that I would have to put through my head and how the security threats face the higher education environment. Coming from Department of Defense in what is a very bureaucratic, slow, and rigid environment, now working in higher education where I struggle to keep up with what happens on a daily basis. But I see some specific security challenges that are in higher education that G Suite has really enabled us to work through. And I'm going to talk a little bit less about the technical implementation, but more about how G Suite falls into our ecosphere at Georgetown University, especially as we begin to adopt a cloud-first approach. One of the biggest challenges that we face is that we have to remain open. Coming from that DoD environment, if there was anything that we just didn't feel should be accessed, we blocked it. It's quite the opposite in higher ed. Some of that stuff we want to block, we have professors and researchers and students that work on a regular basis. We also have to remain on. We have professors, researchers, students that are building their careers or have built their careers in very niche environments that come with things that aren't always the best thing to be on the network for security. And when they're working day in and day out trying to get grant money, I can't look at them all the time and say, not today. We also are a very a highly targeted institution. We are based in Washington, D.C. We have a great relationship with government organizations in the Washington, D.C. area. We have actually one of our previous professors and alumni was the director of the CIA. We continuously face threats that are focused a lot on that high visibility. Hillary Clinton was on campus last month, and within the 48 hours prior to her arrival, we saw over 14,000 phishing emails come in. And using tools very much like Security Center that Jason talked about earlier, we were able to mitigate a lot of that threat very quickly. So we take all of that, and we wrap it up into the last point before I transition, and that in an industry study that was done for higher education ranked in 17th place of 17 industries for their cybersecurity practices. So how do we take being in last place, how do we take being open and on and being a high-value target and implement some of the capabilities that are provided through G Suite and enable our students, our professors, and our staff to do the jobs that they're there to do? I don't know how many of you out there are still on-prem email systems or file storage systems, but judging by the show of hands, there's a pretty good amount of you that have probably moved to the cloud by now. But one of the greatest capabilities of G Suite for us has been the move to cloud email that has enabled us to become more secure and compliant at the same time. I don't have to tell everybody here about the benefits of going to cloud-based email systems, operations and maintenance. You all know all that. But one of the great things is that it provides us with more security, and it also helps us be compliant. In those email systems and those file share systems, like Gmail and like Google Drive, we can now provide increased security and greatly reduce our risk profile. In the university setting, we have to protect student data, which must be protected by FERPA. At Georgetown, we have a medical center and medical school, so we have to protect HIPAA data. And last, we also are an R1 research institution, one of the top research institutions, and we work regularly with the government, and some of the things that we have to comply with are that we must abide by FISMA compliance. Having a system such as the G Suite system, where we can really rely on the compliance that Google has in place and off-put a lot of that risk onto that environment has been a tremendous success for us. University networks are noisy networks, and we talked a lot about Gmail, but in the grand scheme of things, two of the best features of G Suite are also two of the most targeted things that we face on a regular basis. I can tell you from my experience of working in penetration testing teams, as soon as we got into the network, one of the first places that we went was the file share system, because it contained payroll data, it contained healthcare data, and it contained all those unencrypted passwords that systems administrators would leave in text files. And I'm looking at all of you in this room to go back and delete those as soon as you get back. But the ability for us to move email and file store off of our on-prem systems and into the cloud and beyond our perimeter has greatly increased our security practices and our ability to deliver those services securely. I don't want to talk about Zero Trust and the Beyond Court model that Google has done, as there's plenty of presentations here and better subject matter experts on those subjects that you can talk to about that. But I do feel that that Zero Trust model is the only way that universities can succeed with all the threats that are leveraged against them. And if your organizations haven't begun looking towards that model, I would highly recommend it. Taking those systems, storing them outside of the perimeter for the docs that our researchers are using on their research, the email the students are using to talk back and forth with their professors, and then the file share system so that people aren't downloading files, emailing them over, editing them, emailing them back, especially when they contain protected information, has been something that is great for us. So what we do is we take these critical systems, we move them beyond our perimeter. Let's talk a little bit about working in the Department of Defense, where I wasn't even allowed to bring a cell phone into the building every day, to now, where we have about, every user on our network has about 1.8 devices on them at all times. We have traveling researchers, we have traveling faculty, we have vendors, we have contractors. Here in a couple weeks, we're going to have a couple more thousand people accessing our network as Georgetown graduates some students. And being able to move all of this out of the system again helps me feel, I'm not going to say I sleep better at night for it, but I certainly feel a little bit better that those critical systems that we have been stored somewhere else so that when we get breached, not if we get breached, the threat has greatly been reduced to us once they're in. So I touched on these four at the very beginning. I'm going to skip the first one for right now because it's going to be in my closing section. But in the university setting, we must remain open and we must remain on. And we've been able to leverage G Suite tremendously to mix or to fight through those two factors that we have no other option to work with. Those high-value relationships, again, that we will continue to be targeted for some of those high-value relationships as students want to get the best education that they can, and as universities want to attract the best individuals to come teach at the university, that will always continue. But about this number 17 that I talked about, being in last place, I feel that there is a lot that can be done within the higher education space to improve our security practices. One of the things that's interested me since I've taken over is every time I read a report about a large institution that was breached, there seems to be a direct correlation between the level of education that's being taught at that institution and the correlation as though the staff has to keep up with that changing environment. Those of us that work in higher education have a little bit of an issue drawing that direct correlation line, but I do think it opens up a lot of conversation. So what I would ask and what I would challenge everybody in this room, not just in the higher education space, but talk amongst your peers while you're here. Talk about some of the security practices that they've implemented, especially around the G Suite, especially around G Suite. Talk to the vendors on the floor. Listen to some of these keynotes and presentations that are going on and figure out how you can work to take a lot of these practices back to where you are. Because for those of us in the higher education space, I firmly believe, not today, not tomorrow, maybe when we all reconvene here next year, but definitely within the next 2 years, that we can get out of 17th place and hopefully move to first place, because our students, our faculty, and our staff certainly rely on us to be there. So that's my piece for today. I appreciate everybody listening to us as speakers. I'm going to now bring everybody up on stage for questions and answers.
Okay, at this point we are going to start taking some questions from the audience. We can take questions both from the dory or live. As you can see, we do have some mics here in the room. So if you have a question you would like to ask out loud in person, please feel free to approach the mic and do so. As we're getting the dory fired up, it was interesting hearing this. It seems like from that phishing story or from walking in as the CISO in higher education or another industry from day one, I'd be curious to hear, if you could share with the G Suite administrators or the new security officers in the room, maybe 1 to 2 or 3 lessons that you would have liked to have known from day one. What would those lessons be? So at this point, I'll hand it off.
I think the ability for us, one of the greatest things that I would recommend would be the 2-factor authentication. That's been massive for us at Georgetown. We've implemented multi-factor authentication. And I know that in having worked briefly with other places that have gone to G Suite, it's often looked at as the email provider, but there's certainly a lot of security features that are baked into it as well that folks should leverage.
I think for me, it really is just getting a handle on the just sheer volume of stuff that comes into the domain. I think for me, it took a while to sort of learn and see how much bad stuff actually did come in. It's like, oh yeah, I know it's bad, but then you realize that more than half of your volume of messages are phishing, right, or spam. So there's some things of that nature that I think just understanding what your volume looks like of mail, and then having to understand the various use cases that come along with it. I mentioned the whole job scam thing, and the unfortunate thing is that's exactly what our students are interested in, not the job scam, but getting a job, right? We're educating them to put them into the workforce. So I can't keep them from being able to apply to jobs, and we actually encourage them to use their university account when applying for jobs because we're like, hey, it shows that you're a student here, that you've done the work. Employers look at that and say, oh yeah, you attended that school. There's some weight there. And so, I don't want to dissuade that, but at the same time, it means that I'm taking in a lot of corrupt traffic that's just bogus at this, that is malicious. And so it's just, learning that up front. I think it's taken us a while to figure out how to pivot and how to do it. I think the other thing too, and this isn't always the case, but it is the case today, Google's machine learning engine is getting faster and faster. We fought for a long time to try to protect and prevent and do lots of content compliance rules and try to do lots of things on our own because we figured we were seeing stuff faster than Google was. And now they're starting to see stuff faster. We've actually taken a little bit more of a hands-off approach when it comes to looking at email. And, I'm finding, late spam classification warnings, which was stuff that was usually what we were catching before, are dropping down in the 2 to 3 hour range. Am I going to get a person to look at that message within 2 to 3 hours, review it, see that it's spam, mark it, and remove it from all the inboxes? What are the number of users who are likely to actually see that email in the 2 to 3 hour window? So I think as that window continues to shrink, which I hope it does, then maybe we can start to do less of the day-to-day email admin task, right? Keeping our users protected, and let the machines do it, which they can do it faster than we can, hopefully.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a couple questions from the dory. The first question is about security keys and whether adding iOS devices as security keys is on the roadmap.
I'll take that. I'm not aware of current plans, but we definitely appreciate that feedback, and we are continually investing in that space.
I would say a quick shout out, and one, I want to say a big thank you to the product team. Something that's always been inspiring for me is working with colleges and universities, or before that in the K-12 space, we would hear this type of feedback or a feature request. Something that I was always thrilled about in working at Google is that we would then go to the corresponding group internally and ask, we've heard this feedback or this request from customers, can we make this happen? And very often the product team says, yes, that's already on the roadmap, or we weren't cognizant that that's a request, but that's something that we're going to discuss at our next meeting. So I think that's something that I would encourage you, if you are G Suite administrators, if you're working in the environment, there are ways to submit feedback and submit requests directly within the tool. So if you ever are working within a Google tool, or if you see something in your environment and you think, I wish they would build this, please do share that feedback with us.
A couple ways that you can do that. Please make sure to join the Cloud Connect community if you're not members of that. That's a great way to both answer surveys and participate in discussions about potential new features. And also, please make sure to join betas when we advertise them to you, because those are, when you join the beta, we hear from you how it works and any improvements we can make. So a good example of that is context-aware access, which is in beta right now.
Next question is, Google is promoting the importance of security for Google admins, but things like Security Center, Security Health, and the investigation tool are only available for G Suite for enterprise, a big price jump for small businesses. Any plans to make any of these tools available for G Suite for business?
I'll take that too. We really appreciate that feedback, and I would highlight that those are available for G Suite for Enterprise as well as in EDU Advanced. And a couple of those features are also in our Cloud Identity Premium service. We are continuing to invest in our premium services to provide more value there, but we definitely appreciate that feedback around making them more accessible. So can't make any commitments now, but we're definitely listening.
And then next question, would either of the speakers be willing to share if they're using additional third-party email security tools?
No, we're not. We've looked at several over the different years, and honestly, we didn't feel like it was doing enough to warrant the cost or the delay in email or the bottleneck or the potential failure point. You know, part of what sold us on Google was that it was in the cloud. We didn't have to worry about something on-prem going down or worrying about maintenance windows or anything else. And so that was an advantage for us. And even looking at some of the cloud providers of these sort of things, again, it's another failure point in email. And while our students may not look at email as much, email is still really critical for our faculty and staff. And so it's, you know, that's honestly, that's part of why we're still using our Google Auth and SSO on campus. We haven't lifted our SSO, which we use Shibboleth, to the cloud yet, and it's still on-prem. And so we didn't want an on-prem data failure or maintenance windows or anything else to impact the availability of Google services. And so until such time as we lift that to the cloud, which we're working on, but we're not there yet, we're going to stay with two auths for that purpose, just to keep Google the lights on, because it's the communication avenue for all of our business.
I echo Jason's point. We're not using anything else at Georgetown right now, but we are using a couple different tools that integrate very well with Gmail, such as to run simulated phishing campaigns, et cetera. So everything that we do around the email factor has to integrate in with our Gmail deployment.
Next question is, in Gmail, can a scheduled spam digest for an end user be made available for the user to review the emails landing in the spam filter?
I'm not aware of that feature. We always welcome new feature requests.
Next question is, as bad actors continue to adapt the security landscape, including multi-factor authentication, should OTP, or one-time password, be considered compromised? Besides security keys, how would you address this concern?
I'll comment on that. I would not consider one-time password to be compromised, but there is a slightly higher level of risk associated with using a one-time password with SMS versus a security key. Because the security key is something that is in your hand that actually does an encrypted exchange with the site that you're communicating with. The security key provides a higher level of protection than does a one-time password. So we strongly recommend that you use security keys. If in some cases security keys, you can't implement them for some reason, it's better to use a one-time password than not to use a one-time password, because that does provide an additional level of protection. If, for example, distribution of security keys is difficult, but you have users using the Android devices, that might be another way to address that.
And in the last minute here, last question on the Dory is, can we get the What's New admin videos back?
Yeah, that's a great request. Yeah. We'll look into that with our marketing team.
Yeah, definitely ask them, yeah.
Well, from here, I do want to say a huge thank you to all of you for joining us. We realized there were a lot of sessions offered, and we appreciate you spending this time. So thanks very much, and hope you have a wonderful rest of your time at Next.
Bye.